latest fabrication parts, as well as driveline and engine components. With an exceptional distribution network and inventory, Aeroflow products are always within reach. With more to come in the future, be sure to keep an eye out at aeroflowperformance.com.
Hi, my name's Jenna. I'm the team coordinator for Volante Roso. We're here at Phillip Island, where we've got our Radicals and our GT3. They're currently out on track and they're the champions of the weekend. However, we wouldn't be here without our partners PackLease, who are the real heroes who help us get here. They help us get to any event that we need to go to, including race weekends, media days, and track days. We've been partnered with the team at PackLease for the past 3 years, and we couldn't think of anyone better who we want to do this with. They get us from A to B and to every racetrack and every event that we need to go to. They are so extremely helpful with everything that we need, and we love being partnered with them.
Hey everyone, are you in business for yourself? Maybe you own and run a transport business and are eyeing off a new truck or trailer, or maybe you're a tradesman needing another essential tool. Well, here's a game changer for you. Check out Credit One Equipment Finance. They are Australia's top choice for financing for good reason. Whether it's transport, construction, farming, or any trade, Credit One Equipment Finance is perfect for your business. No matter your industry or equipment needs, Credit One Equipment Finance is your go-to solution. They understand that growing your business means having the right equipment and tools, which often requires substantial investment. With Credit One's diverse finance options, you can acquire your excavator, van, truck, crane, or whatever your job demands. But hey, don't just take my word for it. Check out over 1,800 glowing 5-star reviews on Google. That's right, 1,800 and counting. For competitive rates and solutions that beat the banks, and for lightning fast loan approvals, visit www.creditoneequipmentfinance.com.au or click the link in the video description below. Empower your business today with Credit One Equipment Finance.
Shannons is giving motoring enthusiasts the chance to win a trip to one of the world's greatest motoring events, the 2026 Goodwood Festival of Speed. Plus, win a new Indian motorcycle Sport Chief. To enter, take out new eligible car, bike or home insurance. Go online or call Shannons.
Heavy Duty magazine is the proud sponsor of Sydney Dragway Street Bike. Editor Mick Withers is a long-time racer and supporter of this entry-level bracket. Heavy Duty is Australia's #1 Harley-Davidson magazine, with road tests of new Harleys, features on wild customs and tech articles from riders with grease under their fingernails. Heavy Duty is also proud to sponsor modified bike champion Sean Ricketts, upcoming junior drag bike racer Anastasia Lucky, and modified bike racer Peter Bartlett. Grab your copy of Heavy Duty magazine from heavyduty.com.au.
Simpson Race Products Australia offers the widest range of safety gear, including helmets, Simpson hybrids, boots, driving suits, gloves, harnesses, underwear, accessories, and much more. Whether you're on the drag strip, circuit, or off-road, Simpson Race Products Australia has all the gear to keep you protected. Built to protect every race, every track, every lap. Simpson Racing Products Australia. For more information or to get some of the best safety equipment in Australia, send an email to sales@simpsonraceproducts.com.au or contact them directly on 0407 108 103 or 02 9545 6662.
Drag racing, it isn't just a sport, it's our legacy. Performance, it isn't just a word, it's our promise. 3 generations, one unwavering passion. Speedflow, where innovation meets performance. Proudly Australian, unmistakably world class. Speedflow.
I have this incredible drive to succeed. I've just got this ambition, I want to get on the podium. I think there's a lot of people that have an older mentality and don't think women belong in motorsport. And that's one thing I'd like to prove a lot of people wrong. It's you in the car and it's your ambition and your drive to win. As soon as that helmet goes on, that's it. I'm Brooke, I'm a sprint car and outlaw car driver.
Building a street car through to a race car? Be sure to think of Aeroflow Performance. The ever-increasing range that started with just hose, fittings and fuel system components has grown to include boosted turbochargers, bang shift shifters, X-Pro ignition and electrical accessories, Bosch Motorsport products, fabrication parts, as well as driveline and engine components. With an exceptional distribution network and inventory, Aeroflow products are always within reach. With more to come in the future, be sure to keep an eye out at aeroflowperformance.com.
Hi, my name's Jenna. I'm the team coordinator for Volante Roso. We're here at Phillip Island where we've got our Radicals and our GT3. They're currently out on track and they're the champions of the weekend. However, we wouldn't be here without our partners Pack Lease, who are the real heroes who help us get here. They help us get to any event that we need to go to, including race weekends, media days, and track days. We've been partnered with the team at Pack Lease for the past 3 years, and we couldn't think of anyone better who we want to do this with. They get us from A to B and to every racetrack and every event that we need to go to. They are so extremely helpful with everything that we need, and we love being partnered with them.
Hey everyone, are you in business for yourself? Maybe you own and run a transport business and are eyeing off a new truck or trailer, or maybe you're a tradesman needing another essential tool. Well, here's a game changer for you. Check out Credit One Equipment Finance. They are Australia's top choice for financing for good reason. Whether it's transport, construction, farming, or any trade, Credit One Equipment Finance is perfect for your business. No matter your industry or equipment needs, Credit One Equipment Finance is your go-to solution. They understand that growing your business means having the right equipment and tools, which often requires substantial investment. With Credit One's diverse finance options, you can acquire hire your excavator, van, truck, crane, or whatever your job demands. But hey, don't just take my word for it. Check out over 1,800 glowing 5-star reviews on Google. That's right, 1,800 and counting. For competitive rates and solutions that beat the banks and for lightning fast loan approvals, visit www.creditoneequipmentfinance.com.au or click the link in the video description below. Empower your business today with Credit One Equipment Finance.
Shannons is giving motoring enthusiasts the chance to win a trip to one of the world's greatest motoring events, the 2026 Goodwood Festival of Speed. Plus, win a new Indian motorcycle sport chief. To enter, take out new eligible car, bike or home insurance. Go online or call Shannons.
Heavy Duty magazine is the proud sponsor of Sydney Dragway Street Bike. Editor Mick Withers is a long-time racer and supporter of this entry-level bracket. Heavy Duty is Australia's #1 Harley-Davidson magazine, with road tests of new Harleys, features on wild customs and tech articles from riders with grease under their fingernails. Heavy Duty is also proud to sponsor modified bike champion Sean Ricketts, upcoming junior drag bike racer Anastasia Lucky, and modified bike racer Peter Bartlett. Grab your copy of Heavy Duty magazine from heavyduty.com.au.
Simpson Race Products Australia offers the widest range of safety gear, including helmets, Simpson hybrids, boots, driving suits, gloves, harnesses, underwear, accessories, and much more. Whether you're on the drag strip, circuit, or off-road, Simpson Race Products Australia has all the gear to keep you protected. Built to protect every race, every track, every lap. Simpson Racing Products Australia. For more information or to get some of the best safety equipment in Australia, send an email to sales@simpsonraceproducts.com.au or contact them directly on 0407 108 103 or 02 9545 6662.
Drag racing, it isn't just a sport, it's our legacy. Performance, it isn't just a word, it's our promise. 3 generations, 1 unwavering passion. Speedflow, where innovation meets performance. Proudly Australian, unmistakably world class. Speedflow.
I have this incredible drive to succeed. I've just got this ambition, I want to get on the podium. I think there's a lot of people that have an older mentality and don't think women belong in motorsport, and that's one thing.
Everyone to another Aeroflow Race for Real. We have the pocket rocket down on the line, mate. He's bouncing.
Absolutely, I'm bouncing here. I've had 2 weeks of not being here and it was absolutely killing me, Mark, but I tell you what, it's going to be a massive night here at Aeroflow Race for Real. We've got our comp night and we're just kicking it off with the lane 2, Braden Stewartson in the Nissan 180, looking very splendid in gold and up against the white Falcon. Mark, it is good to be back.
Mate, it's great to have you back.
So I caught up with Danny Stadelmeyer earlier, Mark.
Yeah, mate.
And Adam Bowers is down there. Of course, we're having a conversation with, and Sammy Jo's actually got a blinker missing off her VH. And Danny had the height to say that it's a Holden, it falls apart. I said, you're lucky Mark didn't hear you say that.
That's why I'm laughing. Well, Stu, you're down there right next to you, that absolute mint-looking EH wagon. How good is that car?
I'll tell you what, Mark, not only does it look fantastic, it's got a War Speed sticker on the front of it. Troy Wolsey, of course, War Speed, they built some sensational motors, and he's got a big set of radials on the rear end of it.
Yeah, I've seen all that as it rolled on through, and yeah, War Speed definitely do. They know how to put together a very strong motor.
And the best part is too, it's a first timer that's here tonight as well. Man, listen to that baby sing. As a matter of fact, Mark, the dashboard that's in it, it almost looks all original, except it's got a digital speedo right in front of his face, which is really cool. Bit of retro tech.
Mate, all I could see was a shift light ablaze in there.
Well, if you just tuned in via YouTube, wherever you are around the world, welcome to Sydney Dragway and welcome to Aeroflow Race4Real. It's our comp night tonight, the big EH wagon. It's rocking, it's rolling, and that War Speed motor being put to good use at 1184 at 116. That is fantastic. Now, joining Mark Thomas up in commentary tonight, unfortunately, Pat is not here this week. He's not rostered on, but we have got the master up with Mark tonight. Stephen Bush will be in the house, the Bushman, and normally these comp nights, Mark, this is when we see some of the real good quality bracket races and street races come out and have a run here these nights. And of course, Steve and yourself, both former bracket racers, you guys will be loving it tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'll tell you what, Stu, there's some really tough cars out there. I've seen one very, very cranky Capri roll on into the scrutineering. But Joe has broken out the Commodore. That's out here tonight as well. So, yeah, it's going to be a great night.
Yeah, I did actually ask him whether he was sick. And he goes, what do you mean? I said, well, you bought the Commodore, you know. And he just started laughing. I can't repeat what he probably would have said to me, but it's a family event. As the little Mini with the Honda gets a little bit of torque steer, and oh man, that's a little bit ugly there, Mark.
Do I see something rolling along the ground down there at the moment?
Yes, and it's long and metal.
That is not where a tail shaft should be.
No, unfortunately the tail shaft has let go in quite a big way, and they've got a fair bit of metal down here, so the guys will have to get this cleaned up, but it's a little bit unfortunate there. But hey, that's motorsport. These things do happen.
They do indeed, but I'll tell you what, that little Mini, 12.9, 112 miles an hour. How quick is that thing?
That's cool. Hey, little Honda motor transplant in the Mini. So we're just going to have to get this cleaned up. We're just going to double check as well, ladies and gentlemen, that there's no grease down on the track. Of course, we've got the Mark 1 Mustang. Now, I was just having a talk with this driver a little bit earlier. And of course, I always thought these Mark 1s had a little bit of the Roush running gear in them. But apparently, Mark, they don't.
Okay, well, that surprised me because I thought the same as you, mate.
Yeah, well, I thought they did, being a Mark 1. I thought they actually had it, but apparently they don't. It's actually well, I wouldn't say a standard Coyote, but it's had a bit of a tickle. But he's just had new headers put on it, and they put a new tune in it.
But it is a supercharged Mustang, isn't it?
I think it's got supercharged on it. I didn't really have a good look at the motor. I was too busy chatting to the owner. Yep. But look, this thing is going gangbusters. And as I said to the driver earlier, Mark, you know, there's been so much development with the Barra. it's a very unknown combination, the Coyote. I don't think anyone's really started to tap into that motor, at least at a drag racing level anyway, here as far as I know, here in Australia. And really giving it a red hot crack to see what they can do with them.
Well, Stu, we've got a little message up here for you. Shane Beckman, he thinks Stu needs is a red-headed mullet wig.
Oh, the mullet. Actually, have I got the mullet in the car? I don't even know if I got the mullet in the car, Shane. I don't know. Because I had to get my car to the panel beaters after a Toyota Kluger driver decided it wanted to give my car a kiss. And I had to get it fixed, so I had to clear it out. So I don't know if I can see it. But I'll tell you what, mate. Next time we've got a big burnout night on, I'll bring the mullet out, if I can find it. And I'll wear it for you just for the burnouts. Well, at least they're able to push that car out of the way. We've got the Hustler here tonight. It's back. You know, I'm not much of a Ford man, Mark, as you know, but this is one really cool street car.
Yeah, it is, and it's a tough little car as well, Stewie. It goes hard all night, doesn't miss a beat. It's what you need, something quick and something reliable.
Yeah, and he does a great job in this car too. What I like about it though is I mean, if you take off the front scoop off the bonnet, maybe change the wheels, it just looks like a stock XE Falcon, and that's the best thing about it. You know, you could close your eyes and you could think to yourself, man, I could picture one of those things going around Bathurst. But obviously it's not green and it probably won't end up in a tree, but, you know, oh, sorry, Dick, if you're watching, but...
Hey, Stewie, did you watch on YouTube? They had Dick Johnson on there, actually took Peter Brock's A9X Tirana for a couple of laps around Bathurst.
I have seen that one. That was epic.
And he just commented on how easy Brocky had because they just drove so well.
Look, I think, well, if my memory serves me correctly, didn't Dick Johnson actually start racing in a Holden? His first race car was a Holden, then he went to Ford?
Mate, I couldn't tell you. I'm not sure.
I have a sneaking suspicion he did.
Okay.
I have a sneaking suspicion. It was only for a very short time, and then he got into the Ford fold.
Yep.
But, Brocky obviously always been in the Holdens. But yeah, no, it's pretty epic. I think for me, and I think a lot of people that just love motorsport, like you and I and everybody here tonight, I think the big thing is too, Mark, is that you see a younger driver these days who's used to the modern technology, and then they get an opportunity to take an historic vehicle around a track for a lap or two.
Yep.
And their feedback, and it's like their eyes just pop out of their head.
Mate, they all these young drivers, they should put them in for a couple of laps in a XY and a HK or HT Monaro. So when they get 2 laps in and they run out of brakes, they know what it's all about and how to drive.
Yeah, that would be pretty good. I'll tell you what I have been watching though lately is I've been watching a bit of the old NASCAR stuff from Calder Park from back in the day, and even when they raced them at Bathurst one year, the NASCARs around Bathurst. Man, that was exciting.
I've never seen that. I should look that up. That sounds really interesting.
Well, it is interesting, but in the sense that it's like the olden days of Bathurst. You know, if you had a bit of brake fade after a certain amount of laps, they're a little bit of a problem to try and stop. And that's what the NASCARs were like, because they were built like tanks and they were so heavy. But, you know, you look at that era of racing when Calder Park was around. You know, we had drag racing down there at the top level. We had circuit racing. We had NASCAR and OSCAR. I mean, it was a great, great time to be alive. And I think it's a shame that we don't have that anymore. And a lot of the old classic tracks that we used to have aren't being used, or they're not around anymore.
Well, well, well. Burnouts we have.
Yeah, this Mark 1 Mustang pushing out a few more kilowatts with the new headers and the tune. But keep your eye on the hustler.
Well, 11.1 at 122 miles an hour for the Rocket Lane to a 12.4 at 114 miles an hour.
Now, I've got to say, this Commodore down here, even though it's in matte black, and I don't really like matte black, I don't think most people like it, but when you've got two big pumpers hanging out of the bonnet, and I'm interested to see what this thing's going to run. You know, it looks evil.
Well, it's got first timer on it as well there, Stu, so yeah, it will be interesting.
Well, I think if Batman was an Aussie, he'd probably drive something like that, just quietly. But no, I'm on a serious note, I am interested to see what he can do with it. He's taking on the C&V Performance Assisted Falcon.
Well, both cars pretty sharp in the burnouts. Well, 10.3 to a 13.6. That Falcon definitely come on nice and strong top end.
Now also, Mark, Dark 69 is here tonight.
Oh,
and,
excellent.
I have been told that car's had a bit of a rebuild.
Ah.
So I dare say tonight will probably be a little bit of a feeling out night for him, just for a couple of passes to get used to the car. Obviously, it would have changed a little bit since they've done a rebuild. I'll try and find out more about it throughout the night. But it is good to see him here.
Well, that'd be really interesting because that was a really tough car as well, Stu. Like the car, the setup that he had, it pumped out some good numbers and super reliable. So be interested to see if it just had a freshen up or they've just upped it a bit more.
Well, I can tell you he's got a big set of slicks that were on the back of it when it came in on this afternoon. Well, we got the two Commodores down on track. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please welcome to the microphone the legend himself, a great guy to be on the mic with. Mark, I'm very jealous. Bushman is in the house. How are you, Bushman?
I'm well, thanks, Stu. How are you tonight?
Mate, I'm great. I am like revving and raring to go.
And you know what the best bit is you're not absolutely freezing in the cool winter evening here at Sydney Dragway. The last couple of days have been a little bit warmer than what we've had recently, so you know, it's certainly a good thing. I think it is a bit cooler tonight than it was last night, but definitely not as cool as what we've had. Being positive.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. And Stu is just bouncing. He's got 2 weeks of bent-up energy, just waiting to explode.
Yes, it's something that we need to learn how to control release. Yeah. And I don't even know if he's had any V's or similar yet.
Well, I can say that I did have one of Denise's coffees, so I wouldn't get a headache throughout the night. But I'll tell you what, here we go. Danny Stoudemire in the manually assisted Falcon, taking on the JDR Motorsports and DJM Fiberglass BMW. So this is Street Fighter. This is more for your street cars, whereas we've got the Super Street, which is the next level up, and you'll see a fair few of those cars tonight as part of our comp. And Danny Stonemeyer, .033 red on the tree. Well, better to get the red out of the way now than come racing.
This little BMW is showing Danny the way right now. We know the AU is pretty quick for an NA manually shifted car, but a 12.22 for the BMW in the Aeroflow lane, Mark, to 13.61 for Danny in the AU Falcon.
Yeah, indeed. Hey, Stu, you're probably going to have to let Sammy Joe go and tell Danny that he's got a broken back tail light too.
Yeah, I might do that myself, you know. He's asked me to stir some people up already, so, you know, it's only fair that I stir him up as well. And now that's always a good sign. That looks like Craig Warren in the VN, and he's giving me the rock and roll signal as he's doing a burnout. Now that's just classy. That's cool. Taking on the little Fiat 500 now. Steve, this little LaBath, you wouldn't expect it to be as quick as it is, but seriously,
well,
it's crazy.
It is a pretty quick little car. Now, I'm not too familiar with the variants of the Fiat 500s like this new model, but I believe if it's the same car I'm thinking, fellow commentator Pat Elliott said these are quite a pretty penny to buy. They're like a collector's. If it's this variant, the one that we were watching previously was black, as is this one. Now, to the untrained eye, they're the same car to me, but there are a number of variants of the Fiat that are quite expensive, but a cool little car, and I mean even the original ones are not cheap either. Just quietly, with especially if you get to the Abath versions, you know, be prepared to part with some pretty serious coin for one of them.
Yeah, okay.
I'm not selling it to you, am I?
Not at all.
Well, Mark, if you look below you, obviously we've got Christopher Varillis out here now in the CMV Performance Assisted Falcon, but we've got the Forza Performance, Dialed In Racing and Coating Kings sponsored HQ of Adam Bowers, our reigning state Super Street champion, and Sammy Joe from Dialed In Racing as well in the VH. They started that up earlier and it sounded angry, so I'm looking forward to this.
So they might have had a little bit more of a play.
Well, I think Sammy's best so far is like a 1060 at like 123 mile an hour or something along those lines. She did find recently, obviously being a new build, she found that there was an issue with the brake caliper. One or both of the brake calipers weren't fully releasing, so they were able to get a little bit more speed and a bit better ET based off that. But of course Sammy's getting used to double 04 in the tree for Bowers Machine in the rocket lane. 033 red for Johnson, and Bowers will take it 10.001 with it at 134 mile an hour to a 10.72 I think it was.
Have they stepped this QE up?
Well, I'll tell you what, a little flash of flame out of the bottom of Eden's ute, and he's taking on David Matosevic in the Cortina. Now, the word on the street is, boys, is everyone doesn't want to race Dave in the first round.
Okay.
That's the word on the street from down here on the deck.
Doesn't or does?
Don't want to race him.
No, I was going to say, you'd be mad if you said I want him first round. Or even with a big snap sideways off the line, we can definitely see some pretty prominent tyre marks there. Mark from up here, and I'm sure Stewie can see him clear as day from down on the start line. The car got to about the 60-foot mark and said, I'm turning left now, and you better hang on.
Well, didn't that thing come on really strong? It went 11.2, I think it was, but 142 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Well, Stewie, someone's come back to us on the net that Oscrow EUC.
Yep.
Dick Johnson actually started his career in 1964 in an FJ Holden at Lakeside.
There we go. I thought he started his career in a Holden.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he quickly realised that
it was quick, so he got out of it. Had to go to a Ford.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to win that argument. So I'm not even going to bother going.
Well, I'll tell you what, Mark, you got to be pretty stoked. We've got the Pocket Rocket down here on the mic, and we've got the Drag Gnome, Mark Elborn, in the ute, which has had an engine transplant. Power Plus Race Fuels, Dialed In Racing.
The Drag Gnome.
The Drag Gnome.
Okay.
Does that mean they stole him out of a garden?
Maybe. I'll have to keep that in mind for the next round of the New South Wales Track Championship Series. Side by side across the finish line. The ute will get there first, though. 11.70 at 1:16 to an 11.83 mark.
Yeah.
That's good stuff there from Mark. All right, also from Dialed In Racing, we've got Owen coming out now in the Volkswagen. You can tell he's a Sydney Swan supporter. I won't hold that against him. And he's taking on the big Navara.
We'll be interested to see how this Navara goes compared to the BYDs and that we've had out here, the Shark and the other ones we've had.
Well, but this is a conventional, it's not electric though, is it?
No, it's not.
Yeah.
No, all petrol.
Well, the VW is certainly no slouch. It's been here a number of times at Sydney Dragway. And runs on through for 14.77, 91 mile an hour.
And 17.0 at 81 miles an hour for the Navara.
Well, guys, we've got Sus XD back again this week. This is one car that, for me, has kind of grabbed my attention. I know it's a Ford, but, you know, these guys from the Clevo Mafia, you know, these guys have chipped away with this car. Still got an absolutely beautiful interior in it. Almost looks like a full street car if you were to take the wheels off it. Once again, great looking car. And this is another one, Mark, that's fairly reliable. You know, it's like the Hustler.
Yeah, it is indeed, Stu. And to tell you what, doesn't muck around. Puts plenty of revs in it in the burnout. Just sings its head off.
Yeah, well, Jack had no option to run for a Ford car because I'm pretty sure his father wouldn't have let it in the garage otherwise. And his uncle probably would have not given him any recognition either. So, of course, Jack Matasevic down there for an 11.44 with an 118 mile an hour in the rocket lane to a 14.34 at 99 for the car in the Aeroflow lane there.
Well, Joe's rolled out the big Commodore for tonight, having a bit of a play. He's up against the V8 station wagon right beside him.
Yeah, this one's also got an engine built by Warspeed as well, Mark and Steve. And it's also got a turbo in it. So, hey, we've got almost like a pro mod race, Steve. Blower versus turbo.
I think this wagon ran a couple of weeks ago and ran like crazy mile an hour, like 160 something from memory.
Okay.
Although we do see a lot of races here and they're all numbers, so we try our best to cope with the brain cells. But wheels up launch goes 135 to the 60. It's actually quicker than Joe's car there to the 60. Joe through the finish line with a 962 at 144. The long roof, a 962 with a 7, so almost identical time, but only 124 mile an hour. So I think someone's, I'll use the word, came up on my Facebook the other day. We're talking about a junior racer that's stepping into a full-size car, a blown hot rod, and one of his mates said, "Are you going to fairy foot it on the first pass?" So I've joked with Harry Rako, who said that, and said, "Well, can I use that in commentary?" And he said, "Sure." So, yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm guessing that he fairy footed across the finish line.
I think you're right on that by that miles an hour.
Well, Steve and Mark, down on the track now, we've got Pro 369. Now, it's normally driven by Alan Vella, but tonight, his daughter's in the driver's seat.
Oh, sensational.
Yes, Hayley was actually out here at the last round of the track championship going through the early licensing procedures and stuff. So it's fantastic to see Hayley behind the wheel, and you know, what an awesome opportunity for her to get to drive the car. Of course, Alan, I think, pretty keen on doing the like the drag challenge type racing, and I'm sure that Hayley would love to take part in that sort of racing as a racer rather than a crew person. So yeah, I'm guessing that that's where they're wanting to go. But and we all have seen Alan's new car, the grey version, which is a lot lighter, and I think has a little bit bigger motor in it as well. So it's a lot quicker than this car, but still this car is still very, very fast for what it is.
Is indeed. What a great car to step into.
Yeah. Well, you know, it's got all the best gear in it. So, you know, Hayley's inside a bit of a gem right now. So we'll see how she goes. It was getting quicker and quicker each time. Of course, now racing at night is a little bit differently to doing it during the day, but wow, that was pretty quick. 9:22 with a 3, 145 mile an hour through the top end, and pulling the car up nice and safe at the top end of the racetrack. Easy as you like.
Oh yeah, that unmistakable scream of Ross the Boss Bilby's Falcon. It's great to see him here. Now, I got told earlier, Steve, that I was talking with Joe Sabello, and Joe was a little bit embarrassed that he brought the Commodore out the other week and that Ross almost beat him.
Well, at least Joe can always wind a bit of a boost in, change the gear, make a few more horsepower. I don't think Ross has that option. 0.73 on the tree for Bilby on this pass, and runs on through for a 9.66 with a 6, which nearly matches his race number. His race number is 1.666. So good to see that car getting sorted out as well.
It is, yeah.
It's happened pretty quick, really. It's been on the track for not even 6 months.
For a brand new build, they've sorted it really quick. And he had some fair few problems with the car, you know, a lot of handling problems and leaving the line, and got on top of it really, really quick. So great job with Ross for that. We're now just moving over to some bikes.
Our first pair just going into pre-stage. Of course, if you haven't done any racing before here at Sydney Dragway, don't be scared to ask the officials for a little bit of a hand. I know that we give you a rundown up at registration where you sign in, but of course it's a little bit different when you're actually on the racing surface. But if you're not quite sure when you get there, just usher the starter over. He'll give you a quick rundown and assist you to where the start line is, and then hopefully you'll get down safely and through the return road and come back again for another run, or hopefully several runs tonight. Of course, the staging lane's definitely filling up rather quickly in the last 15 minutes, which is great to see. Of course, our comp night here tonight. Our second pair of bikes leaving the start line. The rocket lane with the better of the two, with the 2:64 reaction time. I don't know, Mark, if you caught any of the action from the Brisbane Jamboree, which was on weekend just past.
A few bits and pieces.
Yeah, I watched, most of it was live streamed, and I didn't finish watching it because it was getting too late on the Sunday night to be watching the computer, so I needed to get to bed. But some quick runs. There were, I think the final between George Raham and Jason Booth was a 63 to a 6.35 to a 3.58 or something like that. Like, it was nothing. Of course, Pro Mod put on a pretty good show. They were pretty much running, in the burnout. Anthony Matuk was doing his impression of Victor Bray. One of the burnouts that I saw, he went pretty much rolled through the finish line, through the half-track mark, just off the throttle at that point. He was going for a burnout trophy that they offered. It's probably a pretty expensive way to get a trophy, but I've seen those billet J's. They're pretty nice. So. Oh, I didn't see that one where, oh, so he actually flattened the tyre. He went through it. So he should have been on the burnout pad. Is that what you're saying? Yeah. 9.65 with a 4 mark, 147 mile an hour out of the bike in the rocket lane.
And 12.7 at 105 for the Aeroflow. That's a great pass.
Yes. Yeah, anything in the 9s on a street bike's pretty quick.
We're about to go fast now because we've got this Hayabusa that's about to come out. It's good to see the motorcyclists here tonight. I wasn't sure how many we were going to get because that wind this afternoon was terrible. And, you know, it's one thing to drive a car down, but riding a bike at almost 200 kilometres an hour and a crosswind, yeah, not my cup of tea.
Well, Stu, we're getting a bit of smack talk on the internet here. Kunze is rubbing it in about the Clevo that embarrassed the SS.
Well, Mark, we've got a turboed Falcon that is about to come out. First timer as well down here, so it's great to see. Welcome to all our first timers here at Aeroflow Race for Real. I'll tell you what, when you haven't been here for 2 weeks, Mark, you know, you really miss not just the people, but just the overall vibe of the place. You know, it's one thing to watch it on a TV screen, but I'll tell you, when you're here at the track, you can feel it.
Absolutely, it's all the atmosphere.
Well, I'll tell you what, we got RIP cars here tonight. Great looking WRX as well. He's going to be taking on this BMW, which looks pretty sinister. But just below you, Mark, is Dark at 69.
Ah, so that was the couple of revs we just heard then from a V8.
Oh yeah, and he's got big slicks on the rear end of this car. He's fired up as I am. I cannot wait to see it go down the track. Hey, just a quick one. What have you done to the car?
Can't hear a word, Stu.
What have you done to the car?
Just took the exhaust off, that was it, and fixed the valve.
Can't wait to see it go down, boys. I'll tell you what, I love it when races are fired up, Mark. It's always a good feeling. And I'll tell you what, this car's been around, as you know, for a very, very long time. And we never get sick of seeing this car. And he's a nice bloke who drives it as well. Great bloke.
Well, the Subaru away quicker from the start line there, but I think the BMW may just pip him at the post in the rocket lane.
It's going to be close.
Yes, gets there first, 0.3 of a second. 11.39 with a 5, 112 mile an hour for the BMW in the rocket lane to a 12.01, I think it was, with a 6 for the Subaru.
All right, so we got Dark 69 down here. So I think from what I heard, he dropped the pipes and had a bit of head work done to it. That's correct?
Well, it was pretty quick before.
It was indeed.
I mean, we all know the Corvettes are pretty light. They're full fiberglass construction, you know. So there was a photo of it on Facebook recently, just lifting the front wheel, which is no mean feat for a street car.
Yes.
So we both know that if it's getting a bit daylight under the front wheel, we know it's making pretty serious power for a road car and hooking up nicely on the racing surface too.
Yeah, just a bump stop came out of it, but it went quiet just after he's done the burnout, so it's just re-fired it, so we should be good to go racing.
Ute is pretty much in and staged. Both guys will come in. Oh,
sounded like it was tagging the limiter there. I think I did see a flash of flame out the pipes. I guess that's one thing with the side pipes. And runs on through for an 11.13 with a 4 at 1:19. Way over towards the wall at the finish line there, though.
Have seen that. We have seen that car go quicker than that, but definitely sounded a little bit crackly. And
Adam just suggested maybe it went into a bit of fuel cut, fuel starvation from all the fuel going to the back of the tank on the launch.
The fuel bail was bailing out the back.
Well, just a word to mechanics, guys. When you are working on a car, just make sure you've got all your sockets out of the car.
Did you find the 10 mil that he lost?
Well, I found something.
Well, that would be Imperial. It's probably 11 or 12. 11, half inch.
There you go.
The all Imperial, yeah.
Oh dear. Yeah, you're lucky. They're all laughing. I don't know what they're laughing for. I mean, come on.
That was probably holding the bump stop in.
Maybe they're trying to screw the bump stop in. I don't know.
Really?
Yeah, really.
Damn it. I don't normally leave sockets anywhere. But thank you, Stewie.
Oh, that's my pleasure. Just put it back in the toolbox. Mechanics. I don't know, Steve.
Well, you know what they say. It's not a job done properly if you haven't got parts left over. He just didn't know that they were there.
He was looking for that socket too.
Yeah. He would have been sooner or later.
Well, VW up against the Nissan.
Yeah, Braden Stewartson down here in the 180. Tell you what, this Golf doesn't sound too bad down here, just quietly.
Braden away from the start line first. The Golf in hot pursuit. Now, Braden did have an Audi, but he's traded that for the 180. Trusty SR20 on board. Gets there first to 13.23 with a 6 at 109 miles an hour. Similar ET and speed to the Golf that was in the rocket lane.
Yeah, indeed. The Golf was actually a little bit slower off the line, which they're usually fairly quick.
I didn't hear it up on the launch control though. Is that right, Stu?
I was just about to say, Steve, I don't know if you noticed it from up there, but there seemed to be just a fine little bit of smoke that was coming out of the back of Braden's car at the finishing line.
Yeah, I did notice that. It does sometimes blow a little bit of fume out the pipe, so I'm not sure if there's an issue there, or might have a small oil leak perhaps, but not 100% sure.
Yeah. As long as it sticks to smoke and not bits and pieces.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, we're just actually checking out Braden's lane down there at the finish line right now, so we weren't the only ones to see it.
We've got a young lady who's not too far from coming out in her silver Golf. Great to see the girls jumping in the driver's seat and having a crack. Now, where is Mr. Stadelmeyer? I've got to find Danny. It wouldn't be, a race meeting without having a word with Danny on the mic. Oh, here he is. I found him. With Craig Warren. Oh, this is going to be fun. How we going, boys?
Mate, how you going, mate?
Fantastic.
Like a rocket, mate.
I'm in the house, mate. Not a bad first run.
Big and red, but otherwise it was good, yeah. I got new old tyres on it, so they're good, yeah.
Well, it's all right. It's only a red on the first pass, so you've got it out the way.
Yeah, it's hooking up really hard. It feels a bit different, but I'll get on top of it.
Great. I've got to say, mate, you're always a man to do burnouts with style, and that was probably one of the most stylish burnouts I've ever seen you do.
Yeah, I think I had to do it, mate. Just had to be done.
Mate, you could teach Adam Bowers actually how to do a burnout. One hand on the wheel, one with the rock and roll sign.
That's right, mate. He's only playing. He's not a professional like myself.
Yeah, I can see that. Maybe because you're a Tirana driver. Maybe that's got something to do with it.
I'd say it is definitely a Tirana driver. These HQ drivers, I don't know about them, mate.
How was that first pass, Adam?
Mate, 10.00 and 004 light, pretty damn good.
Mate, you're on the ball.
I'll take that every night. I wish I could do it at a track round, but
Yeah, it's a little bit tricky. We'll give a quick word with Sammy Joe as well. Sammy Joe, how's the first pass? Yep, get that out the way.
Yeah, I have a very, very good habit at the moment of going red, so I'm obviously trying to rectify that before the next lot of rounds coming out. But based on the weather, it's pretty crappy tonight, so ran a number that I probably thought it was going to. So be in the 70s to 80s tonight. Obviously, the weather's not quite there, but track looks good. It's good to see so many cars out. It's nice to see a heap of super street cars, street fighter cars, having a crack in the comp night. And there's obviously a few other cars that I like the look of as well that are just in the other lanes as well. So it should be a great night.
It should be. Now, of course, the comp night, Steve, it always, as Sammy Joe says, usually brings out some of the races we see at our state champ rounds. And, of course, Danny Stonemeyer running in Street Fighter, the boys, and Sammy Joe running in Super Street. Of course, Top Fuel Street, that's where it's at, every race meeting. Now, I was going to have a word with Joe. Oh, here he is. Now, of course, Joe, it's a comp night tonight. How are you?
I'm not doing any comp.
You're not doing comp tonight?
Well, I've got a car that's not bloody consistent, so what am I going to do? First one, they get blown off by a 15-second car and look ridiculous?
Well, you know, I mean, you know, I was hoping that Ross would enter the comp night, then we could see both of you go head-to-head.
Well, yeah, I don't know why. I wasn't sure if he was coming, but he ended up turning up. But anyway, the old girl's not going that well tonight again, so I don't know. I might have to take her to see the doctor.
I reckon we're going to get the doctor out here, Vince Rigoli.
No, I think, look, he took 5% of fuel out of it the other day because I'm only running 18 pounds boost. And now I think it's getting too much air, so I have to put it on the dyno. I think I'm going to do one more run and then park it because I don't want to hurt it. But I think the dyno is the only solution. But I've got to put on a hub dyno because the ordinary hot dynos can't handle it.
Yeah, that's very true, actually. You know, you can't just bolt the race car up to any dyno, can you?
But it does a mad burnout, doesn't it?
Oh, it does a wicked burnout. Even Mark had a grin on his face when you were doing it. That's saying something.
There you go. It'd be good if the whole run was as good as the burnout. It would have been probably an 8.3, 8.4.
Back up to you boys upstairs.
All right, Stewie's missed the little RX-7 running down the rocket lane. I'm sure he would have seen it out there. It's hard to miss it being bright green. Runs on through for a 15.0 at 109, so good speed. And a 12.32 with a 3 for the car that was in the Aeroflow lane there, Mark.
We got one of these quick beamers down in the rocket lane. Is that a import or is it a Camry? In the Aeroflow lane.
I think it's a Camry. Got away nicely, but Audi in the rocket lane has certainly motoring 108 mile an hour and half track. Thank you. 10.57, 137 mile an hour.
And 16.5, 94 miles an hour for the Aeroflow lane.
Well, Steve, just below us at the back of the tunnel, we've got the DC Tuning Calais back here tonight. Now, this car is also destined for drag challenge as well. And the guy's been just playing around with the engine in this car. I did ask the driver before the event whether they've been playing around with suspension or anything with the car. And he said, nope, it's just purely just doing a little bit of engine work. So it's good to see. Now I can see Aiden's car here from Dialed In Racing. Good to see it here tonight. It's a great car. But just below you in the tunnel, Steve and Mark, when that car comes out...
I do like this green utility in the rocket lane. I know a lot of people say green's no good for race cars, but...
oh, really?
I'm a bit of a fan of green race cars, just quietly.
Isn't that a rusty thing?
No, I think it's a general perception.
Really?
But I guess it only matters if you're superstitious, I suppose.
It worked for Jags.
Yeah, that's right. And
hold the phone, boys. Hold the phone. I did see something just pop out the back of that Commodore. and he's done the right thing and tried to pull it over as quickly as possible.
Well, the Ute's gone through 13.5 at 110 miles an hour. Yeah, the sedan seemed to leave the line with a heap of revs.
Yeah, look, it's still running, but I don't know. There's obviously a little bit of something on the racetrack. Our racetrack officials down there checking out the Aeroflow lane. Can you see anything down there, Stu?
Yes, I can, Steve. I've just picked up these, well, a tiny little cylindrical piece of metal, but when you left the line, there was a bang.
Maybe
Universal joint, I've been told.
Oh, the old uni. I wonder how many of them the track's claimed over its over its life here in Sydney.
Commodore drive shafts.
Oh yeah, they're up there as well. Of course, we don't mean to laugh. Of course, we don't want to see anybody break anything, because you know it just means that there's money having to be spent, and you know that's not what we're about. We prepare the racetrack specifically for our street style of car, not what we would normally prep a track for in a full-on race meeting. That is different again. It's got a lot more bite in it when we do a competition event. But here tonight, obviously there is a little bit of prep that goes on, but it's not super sticky. Otherwise, we'll be pushing every second car away.
Yeah, but we all know Commodores and horsepower and drive shafts don't go together.
No.
They usually separate somewhere along the line.
They hold for a certain amount of time, but eventually it's just a matter. It's not a matter of if, but when.
Yes. Yeah.
Yep. So I tell you what you might do, Mark, while we've got this small downtime, while we remove the car from the Aeroflow lane, we might just have a quick word from some of our sponsors. And Mark, Stewie, and I will be back with you very, very soon here. Aeroflow Race for Real Comp Night.
I have this incredible drive to succeed. I've just got this ambition, I want to get on the podium. I think there's a lot of people that have an older mentality and don't think women belong in motorsport, and that's one thing I'd like to prove a lot of people wrong. It's you in the car and it's your ambition and your drive to win. As soon as that helmet goes on, that's it. I'm Brooke. I'm a sprint car and outlaw car driver.
Building a street car through to a race car? Be sure to think of Aeroflow Performance. The ever-increasing range that started with just hose, fittings and fuel system components has grown to include boosted turbochargers, bang shift shifters, X-Pro ignition and electrical accessories, Bosch Motorsport products, fabrication parts, as well as driveline and engine components. With an exceptional distribution network and inventory, Aeroflow products are always within reach. With more to come in the future, be sure to keep an eye out at aeroflowperformance.com.
Hi, my name's Jenna. I'm the team coordinator for Volante Roso. We're here at Phillip Island where we've got our Radicals and our GT3. They're currently out on track and they're the champions of the weekend. However, we wouldn't be here without our partners Pack Lease, who are the real heroes who help us get here. They help us get to any event that we need to go to, including race weekends, media days, and track days. We've been partnered with the team at Pack Lease for the past 3 years, and we couldn't think of anyone better who we want to do this with. They get us from A to B and to every racetrack and every event that we need to go to. They are so extremely helpful with everything that we need, and we love being partnered with them.
Hey everyone, are you in business for yourself? Maybe you own and run a transport business and are eyeing off a new truck or trailer, or maybe you're a tradesman needing another essential tool. Well, here's a game changer for you. Check out Credit One Equipment Finance. They are Australia's top choice for financing for good reason. Whether it's transport, construction, farming, or any trade, Credit One Equipment Finance is perfect for your business. No matter your industry or equipment needs, Credit One Equipment Finance is your go-to solution. They understand that growing your business means having the right equipment and tools, which often requires substantial investment. With Credit One's diverse finance options, you can acquire your excavator, van, truck, crane, or whatever your job demands. But hey, don't just take my word for it. Check out over 1,800 glowing 5-star reviews on Google. That's right, 1,800 and counting. For competitive rates and solutions that beat the banks, and for lightning.
Well, there's nothing better with a Commodore with a nice big N on the back window.
With a parachute further back as well. I don't know if you can see that there, Mark, but there's one parachute on there. And we know the car in the other lane has been out here a number of weeks as well. It's a 10-second car, that's for sure, as well. So should be a good race. I think the Commodore will have the horsey power at the other end of the racetrack, though.
There's the DC tuning, the Calais with a little bit of nitrous on board. This car being built for drag challenge. I know that Stephen Schiffright has a little bit to do with this car as well.
Oh, hard on the trans brake. Oh. 1.4 in the 60.
127 and a half track mark. And 163 mile an hour over the 879 with a 0 at the top end of the racetrack. Wow.
Yep.
The parachute was definitely there for a reason.
Indeed. And I don't think it was a little bit of nitrous.
No.
I think it might have been a lot of it.
There's a couple of fairly decent shots going into that little power plant.
Yep, indeed. And it's working well. It left the line great too.
Yes, it sure did. Of course, obviously being turbocharged, you manage your power as best as possible because, you know, as we were just talking about, the track is not a radial prep track or anything like that. So it certainly will have to you have to manage your horsepower and how you get it to the ground.
Well, good thing about those things too, because they're like Motec or Powtech or whatever managed, you can start moving your horsepower around to where do you want the peak to come in.
Yep, and you know, either through boost or timing, or you know, there's a whole variety of ways that you can do it to best suit the conditions that you're after. So we've got a pair of Holden sitting down in the water. We've got the station wagon in the Aeroflow lane and the sedan in the Rocket. I think, Adam, that was your impression of a big furry kangaroo. Is that correct? Got a freeloader down there. All right, so we'll just have to shoo our kangaroo friend away.
Well, they're a regular.
Yeah, you'd think they know the rules by now.
You think so, wouldn't you? Just sit on top of the hill.
Yep. No harm, no foul. But they just want a closer look because they can, I guess.
Yes, exactly. Well, they see everyone down in the viewing area and think, I can have some of that too.
Yep. Just while we've got the this short break in racing, just had a quick message from our meeting director. Can we have all our competitors, as you approach the head of the staging lane, so where the witches' hats are, we need your headlights on, your windows up, and your air conditioning off, please.
Yep.
So windows up, air conditioning off, and headlights on. And of course your helmet on and everything else.
Absolutely, helmet done up, sleeves pulled down.
Yep.
All ready to race, because all it does is just delays the racing, really.
Yep. If you think 10 seconds here, 10 seconds there, 30 seconds here, it all adds up to time, and unfortunately that's time that you as the racers miss out on, effectively. There's no other easy way to say it. That's exactly what happens. We are on a time limit here tonight, so we do need to try and get as much racing in as possible. A 13.10, 109 mile an hour in the Aeroflow lane, so good speed for a 13.1 there, Mark.
Yeah, indeed. 13.7 at 109 for the Rocket lane. Well, Commodore Ute back out again, up against the VF Commodore.
Well, Steve, you did mention Jamboree a little bit earlier, and we got one of the cars out of the SIC 100 stable about to come out, Little Mazda.
Yeah, I followed him in through the gate this afternoon coming in, and all he could smell was the 85, choking out the poor the ticketing ladies down at the gate. But a 13.42 there in the Aeroflow lane, the quicker of the two cars.
Well, it's great to see it's a driver.
Yes.
So you drove it out, drive it back home.
I've got to say though, boys, it's got the tiniest set of slicks I think I've ever seen on a race car on the back of it.
Well, it is only a little car, Stu. It's making probably plenty of horsepower, but it's not moving a whole heap of weight. So, you know, obviously there's a limitation to how well those slicks will grab the racing surface, but maybe he's happy for it to spin just a little bit. The quickest run I ever did in the Escort so far is when I got a tiny bit of wheel spin off the start line. Not that it's a big turbo, but it just, I think, got straight up in the power band rather than bogging a little bit.
Yeah. Well, these new slicks like and radials now, it's you don't have to do a massive burnout or anything like that now. They sort of come into temperature pretty quick.
Yeah, well, I think obviously we've sort of touched on this before, that the compounds in the tyres, you know, are a lot better nowadays than what they were. There's a number of brands now that people are bringing into the country. You've got your Mickey Thompsons and your Hoosiers and that sort of thing, but there are a couple of other brands that you see advertised, and that they offer something a little bit different, but they all have their own characteristics as well. So it's just a matter of learning what those are.
We've just got a little bit of sludge that is possibly coming out of an overflow tank, so we're just going to quickly give that a bit of a clean up, and we'll be back to racing very soon. We've got some more of our comp cars that are coming out.
Yes, that's exactly right, Stu. But just while we're waiting for the tractor to prep the racetrack, of course, the COTS, the next round of the COTS series will be here on Saturday. Saturday coming, of course. Roll drags here at Sydney Dragway. Saturday the 30th has been labelled the halfway bash, of course, brought to us by Coutura. The Sydney Dragway, Sydney Restos, and PRP as well, and Motive Video as well. It's always fantastic to have all those partners on board as well, and the event is growing with each and every one that they're putting together. Of course, if you're into your nostalgia racing, Mark, we were just talking about a front engine dragster. Of course, the 20th of September, there's been a lot of talk about this event, and there's been a fair bit of hype with amongst the racers all getting their cars ready and whatnot. It's of course called the Bangers and Mash, which is on the 20th of September. You can see there on the flyer we have nitro fueled cars, front engine dragsters, fuel alters, which is always exciting. I'll tell you about another one of those that went for his license a couple of weeks ago here at Sydney Dragway, the Nostalgia Pro Stock Series. So we've seen a number of older model Pro Stock cars come out here and do testing. One's running in, I think, Top Sportsman to get a fair bit of regular racing as well. But this event certainly will have something for everybody. There'll be obviously action on the racetrack, but with this style of event, there's always a secondary show going on in the pits. You know, there's atmosphere, live music, as we can see there on the flyer as well. Show and shines as well. So as I say, there'll be something for everybody. So whether you're into fast cars on the racetrack or you just want to see something cool that is nostalgia themed, and I'm sure you'll see it here at Sydney Dragway.
Another interesting one, swap meet.
Yes, so be interesting to see what does eventuate. I'm wondering if someone will bring out some super rare car on a trailer and not take it home. There'll be a trade of some moolah, of course, and someone else will pick up a car or a project.
These meetings are sensational because it's bringing a lot of old retired cars out of retirement.
Yes.
Like
the drivers are happy to race them once or twice a year, but not necessarily for the ongoing championship series.
And I've got a question, and maybe some of the guys on the net also might be able to answer as well. The old original Ombre. Whatever happened to that car?
I believe Paul still got it. He did build a second car, the Ombre 2, the Datsun, which was involved in an incident here, which I think, from what I believe, Paul has said, no, I'm not going to race anymore. So I don't know what's happened to the Ombre. I haven't seen it for a long time. He did bring it out.
Was it Fiat Topolino?
No, that was an Anglia.
Anglia, what? Yes. Okay,
yeah. No, that was a 48 Anglia and injected small block in it. The last I remember looking at the car, this was a fair while ago, it still ran the original Anglia steering box in it. So
wow.
I think if anybody else got in that car, they'd be in all sorts, because they're not used to how it would handle, right?
Yeah.
And of course we're talking about a gasser here, so virtually a beam axle. It's reverse stance, so the front's up, the back's down. It was all about the weight transfer back in the day, and of course it's only 90-odd inch wheelbase. And I'm pretty sure Paul ran like low 9s in that car.
Yeah, it was quick.
It was quick. But yeah, he decided that he wanted to build another car back in the old Canberra days. So that's how long ago it's been since he raced the Anglia fairly regularly. But he has run it here a few times, but certainly not in recent past. Okay. But there's a number of those sorts of cars, hopefully, that we'll see come out to the Bangers and Mash or a similar style of event. The Gasser guys put on an awesome show as well. They're actually their own little series. And of course, moving into, this will actually happen before the Bangers and Mash, is the Race4Real Wednesday. I've been joking about building a ramp and then I've of course read the flex ramp. I think you drive your car up on it and it shows the suspension travel and all that sort of thing. So we know that the four-wheel drive drivers are very keen to get out here at Sydney Dragway, and I'm not. Well, you drive an SUV, it's not a four-wheel drive, mate. But yeah, we know that the four-wheel drive racers are very keen to get out here to Sydney Dragway, and they have a good time. They do. They absolutely excel in terms of getting into the theme of the night, and we see all sorts of different vehicles. Some that are a little bit more drag race orientated than others. They lift the front wheel and do the flex, if you like, and squat right down on the rear.
Like a patrol with a barrier in it.
Yeah, the blue one. We all know what we're talking about. Hopefully we'll see that car, of course. And of course, if you're more into the motorcycles and bikes, of course, we will have the next bike night will be the 10th of October. Now, that, of course, is a Friday night, and that is brought to us by Sydney Random Riders and, of course, Heavy Duty Magazine in conjunction with Sydney Dragway. So that event will be popular as always. And, of course, the Top Fuel Nitro Grand Final was rescheduled. Was supposed to be last weekend, but due to the uncontrollable environment, I'll say that the weather itself on both Saturday and Sunday was pretty good, but I think with the rain that we'd had, it would have been a bit messy down the bottom end of the pit. So I was walking around the weekend before, and on a tarp I could feel the ground squishy underneath. So of course the new date has been released for that, which is now the 8th of November, so mark that one in your calendar for the revamped Nitro Grand Final. And of course that will also see the Grand Final for all of the Sportsman Series as well, so I'm definitely looking forward to that. Still sticking with the one-day format, and
well, tickets are on sale now.
Yes,
so jump in early.
Exactly right, Mark. big burnout for the car down there in the rocket lane. I think that's the Commodore wagon taking on the little Mazda down there in the rocket lane.
Definitely have to be one of Stewie's favourites. He loves his rotaries.
Oh, absolutely. I did see Fact Junior out the back as well. The little rotary, yellow rotary with the 12A in it. So can't wait to see that coming out. Let's see what the 100 RS3's got. Not too bad off the line. I'll tell you what, the Commodore with the number plate shush. It's got a big set of radials on the rear end of it. And goes a 1060 at 129, 1222 there for the little Mazda as Daddy Stademeyer comes out now. Now, I'm not sure if this is round one of our comp night or not, but this should be a good race. The little Fiat Abarth about to take on Danny, manually shifted, naturally aspirated. As I mentioned, this is the next step up from Aeroflow Race 4Real, the Street Fighter class.
Oh, Danny's gone out with a 000. And of course, that's all done with his left foot and his brain.
Absolutely. The only way to do it.
Yeah. Nice light for him. It's not his first, I'm pretty sure. 13.57 with a 1 at 101 for the AU Falcon. And a 14.59 there for the car in the Aeroflow lane mark.
We probably should also reiterate, boys, that even though Danny did crack a 000 there, because his car is running slicks and it's got no interior in it, it's not classified as a street car. It's also not registered. So it's not eligible for our 000 jackpot.
No, it's outside the classifications. Well, 14.3 at 98 miles an hour for the rocket lane to a 15.7 at 86 miles an hour.
All right, Eden coming out now, about to take on Sammy Joe. Sammy Joe in the dialed-in racing and a shift right Haltech assisted VH, and of course the real street designated ute that Eden drives from Area 51 Custom Performance.
Well, you can tell they're both seasoned drivers. Great reaction times from both. Eden's a little bit off on the 60, 1.9, but he goes through, takes a win, 10.5, 146 miles an hour.
I've got to say, Mark, I think that's the highest I've ever seen the front of Sammy Joe's car come off the deck.
They might be putting a little bit more horsepower into that car there, Stu.
All right, we got Owen out now in the Volkswagen T-Rock from Dialed In Racing. And taking on this C&V Performance assisted XR6 Turbo.
Yeah, the Falcon out in front and an 11.66 with a 6. 126 mile an hour.
And 14.7, 91 miles an hour for the Aeroflow lane. We've got
right, David Matosevic.
He's up against the BMW down the Aeroflow lane.
So if this is round one of the comp night, Mark, who drew the short straw? Because I don't think I'd want to be up against Dave in the first round.
You're not real sure on that one, mate.
All right, Brett Starchbury in his VY Commodore from Dialed In Racing. And this car does run into the nines. And taking on the Nissan Navara.
Well, not a bad reaction time. A little bit in the red, but it's not too bad.
No, 1060 at 131 mile an hour in the Aeroflow lane there. Did move around a little bit at half track too.
And 16.4 at 83 miles an hour. Well, Stu, we haven't kicked off the comp as of yet.
Yeah, we've still got about 20 minutes before the first round. So we'll have these guys and girls will have, this is their second run for the night. So they'll have an opportunity at least to get the car sorted. And as I said, they're about 20 minutes away roughly before the first round, and then we'll move forward from there.
Give them a bit of time to get round their times they've been running.
Well, judging from what we've seen already, boys, I think it's going to be pretty tight down to the deep end, but it just goes to show just how important that reaction time is. And a .009 there in the rocket lane, that's no slouch on the tree from Sussex D.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, we're seeing some really good reaction times tonight.
Yes. But of course, they're all racers that are out here regularly, aren't they,
yes,
Mark?
They are.
You know, of course, we do see the those that aren't regular. They get lucky, I guess, and do drop the a very good reaction time. But to do it repeatedly and consistently good is where the skill comes into it.
Yeah, sure is. Once you spend a lot of time in the seat of a car, you know how the car reacts.
Yes.
And you know your lights. Look, another great light, .042.
Yeah, it's pretty consistent. Nicholas Furilis, another one of our regular Street Fighter racers.
Well, this BMW M3 just quietly makes its way up towards the line. Adam Bowers in the Force of Performance, Coding King and Dialed In Racing spotted HQ.
.106 leave on the tree for Bowers in the rocket lane. Goes 143 to the 60. And through the finish line with a 993.
And a 10.2 for the Aeroflow lane as well.
Now, I've got a question you ask you two.
Yes.
So, in drag racing, is it normal for a crew chief to be interviewed?
Yes.
See, Lachlan, I told you, Lachlan Bowers, he's the crew chief for Adam Bowers, his dad, and I asked him, go on, we'll do an interview. He's like, nah, crew chiefs don't get interviewed. There you go, Lachlan, I'm coming for you, mate, with the mic.
They do get interviewed when you can pin them down into a corner.
Well, Aussie Dave Drobnik doesn't have much of an issue.
All right, Capri up against Capri.
Now, this little white one was out here last week and I think the week before, taking on Hayley Vella down there in the rocket lane. Vella runs through for another 9-second pass, 9.60, 132 to a 13.82 at 99 for the white Capri in the Aeroflow lane there, Mark.
So the white Capri is just a really nice street car,
yes.
302.
Yep.
So just just a great little streeter, but having heaps of fun coming out here racing as well.
That's what it's all about. I mean, it's not, yes, okay, we all want a super fast car, but of course the quicker you go, the more
unstreetable.
Yeah, the more unstreetable is, the more maintenance it is. If it is a street car, if it's super cranky, it's not necessarily fun to drive on the road.
No.
I say that not ever driven a super cranky car, but I do have one that has an uncomfortable clutch in it, and it's just one of those things in your back of your mind. Oh, I don't want to get caught in traffic. So, that little Capri with the 302 in it, that would be a cruiser.
Yeah, great car, and a really nice, clean, tidy car. So, yep. And they do also have a very cranky Capri as well.
Yes, just on occasion when they want to go super fast. All right, Ross Bilby back on the start line now, going through his burnout procedure in the grey Falcon down there.
XC, isn't it? Yeah, I only pick them by the front.
If the bonnet goes down between the headlights,
that's
it's
XE.
E, correct.
Yeah.
I'm just looking to see on the. I think it's an E, pretty sure. Sorry, Ross. All right, leaves with an 017 red. Goes 137 to the 60 through the finish line. A 966 with a 0, backing up the 966 with a 6 at 138 mile an hour this time.
So it's actually following on from the Cortina, isn't it? Super reliable and consistent.
Exactly right, Mark. That's you know, what any bracket racer is looking for out of their vehicle.
Well, VH Commodore down in the Aeroflow lane.
Wow, lifting that left front well in past the 60 foot, I think. Well, that's what it looked like from up here. And an 876 with a 147 miles an hour through the top end. The shoots out and coming to a safe stop.
A great pass. The car just doing everything right. Leaves the line nice and nice and straight down the track.
Well, guys, I'm just wandering through the staging lanes. And who decides to turn up? But Trent Smith's car. The Smith family are here.
Yes, we know this car is pretty quick and shows a fair bit of attitude as on its way down the racetrack. A 1068 with an 142 mile an hour for the bike in the rocket lane there, the quicker of the two.
Okay, guys, just want to make an announcement, but all the drivers that have entered the comp night, if you can please make your way down to the front of the staging lanes, please. So all the drivers that have entered the comp night, guys, please make your way down to the front of the lane, please, straight away.
975 with a 7 at 150 mile an hour, Mark.
Jeez. That's definitely winding on, isn't it?
Yeah, well, 150 mile an hour, that is 240 odd kilometres an hour, roughly.
Yeah, that's a job for Mr. Calculator.
I'll just get the brain out. I used to be able to do this fairly quickly, but I'm just not with it. Sorry. I was hoping you'd say, yes, that's right, Steve.
Yeah, that's right, mate.
Thanks.
You can tell me anything and I'd agree with it.
Why can't I find the calculator? There it is there. All right.
Okay, guys, once again, if you are a driver and you're in the comp night, the dial your own comp night, if you can make your way to the front of the staging lanes, please. All drivers.
Well, another great reaction time. And 10.6, 148 miles an hour for the Aeroflow lane to a 12.5, 125 miles an hour for the rocket lane.
There we go, 240. I was right.
Yeah. Okay, we do just have a some of the track crew down there. Just having a quick look at the track. Must have seen something. We do have Stu down at the front of the staging lanes.
Yeah, it's going to be a little meeting for all the drivers that are part of the comp night, just so they all understand the rules. So if you have entered the comp night, guys, please, if you're a driver, make your way straight to the front of the staging lanes immediately, please. You can see Sammy Joe down the front here. So all the drivers of comp cars, you need to make your way to the front of the lane, please, towards the tower.
Well, Stu, you'd be loving the 2 rotaries down here, nose to tail.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Fat Junior's in the house, the little 12A. And right, 13B, sorry, 13B. Open it up, go on, let's go. Mate, what's happening?
What's going on? Backyard here.
Mate, did you go to Jamboree?
Yeah.
How'd you go?
Not bad. Won 2 races out of 3, but yeah, got knocked off.
That's all right, mate. Looked like a huge event up there. What was the vibe like up there? Pretty cool?
Yeah, it was good. Apart from all the delays, but the vibes were good. Everyone happy, yeah. It was all right.
Well, mate, it's great to see the car here tonight. Great to see the whole SIC 100 team here tonight as well. Of course, we've got the left-hand drive rotary here as well, the little RX2. This thing sounds wicked. It's a shame you guys are up in the studio. Come on. Mate, you're a master driver. You've got to look professional. You've got to show all these Holden crew chiefs how to talk professionally on the mic.
But not from me. I'm no good.
Good enough. Mate, what's your goal tonight?
Get the gears.
Fair enough.
Chris is going to bash me.
Fair enough. I'll let you
It's
settle in
obviously
then.
amused to some crewman in the background there. It's all right, mate. I feel your pain. Getting the gears can be tricky. I'm on your side.
Just keep pushing it till it stops grinding.
I really put my foot into that, didn't I? Now, speaking about crew chiefs, I'm going to find that Holden crew chief. He's floating around somewhere, I hope.
Yeah, I think he's hiding.
Oh, I can see him. I can't miss him. He's 6 foot tall, got a white hat. Come on, Lachlan, get over here. Mate, first couple of passes from your dad's car. You happy? It went 99 on that pass.
A little bit too quick on the second one, but it is what it is.
It's cracking.
Oh, yeah, it's cracking, all right. But, mate, look, you've got a tough field for the comp night tonight. Some very, very good cars. Some newer races that are making their way into it as well. What's the plan for tonight? Just one race at a time, or you really got a bit of a plan set?
There's not really a plan, just one race at a time. Yeah. Yeah, I don't.
Good. All right. Well, we'll see what happens. Now, I don't know about you, Steve and Mark, but, you know, there's an old saying in motorsport, and particularly drag racing. And, Steve, you hit the nail on the head a little bit earlier. You don't have to have the fastest car to start knocking people out. And, you know, Owen in the Volkswagen T-Roc, even this little Fiat 500 down here as well, they may not be the quickest cars out there compared to our super street cars, but it doesn't take much to beat the bigger car.
No, it doesn't. It can only, sometimes it's a matter of a few tenths of a second. If one of those races gets a really good light, but perhaps a little bit underpowered, you know, the other car might falter, might spin a wheel. Who knows? I mean, that is the thing, and obviously with it being a dial your own format, that's the big equaliser, isn't it? You know, you're saying to the official, my car's going to run a 10. Mark's saying his car's going to run a 9. So Mark's got to wait that second. So in theory, the two cars are locked together at the finish line. Yep. So that's the big equaliser, and one of the great things about sportsman level drag racing is that you can nominate in most classes what your car's going to run, and therefore it doesn't matter whether you're quickest as long as you're fast enough to meet the minimum requirements of the bracket that you're racing in. So everybody has an equal chance of winning. Of course, okay, it gets to a point sometimes where there's a big speed differentiation. It gets a little tricky for the slower car to win, because you're not always 100% sure if the other car's going to come flying past you. But within championship drag racing, there's several different categories. So you're not going to get a 20-second car racing a 9-second car in the normal format. But tonight we've got the one category, so everybody will mix together. But certainly anybody has the chance to take the prize home, and that's the beauty of it. Like the last 000 light winner was a Suzuki Jimny.
Yep.
if you'd said to me that Wednesday night, oh, that car's going to win, I'd go, okay. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it wasn't expected. Fantastic that he got it, but you know, it wasn't the car that I would have thought may have, you know, cracked that light. You know, but that's the beauty of the sport. You know, there's a class for every budget.
And I love dial your own racing.
Same.
It, like you say, it's an equaliser. And if you are a 20-second car and the person racing you is a 10-second car, they've got to sit there for that whole period. And they're just busting to leave that line.
Yep.
And there's a fairly high instance of people leaving and red lighting.
Red lighting, exactly right.
And then they're on the chase. And you know, if they're on the big chase coming through at you, sometimes they break out as well. So
yes, that's
for the person doing all the chasing, the pressure is all on them, and the pressure on the person that's the slower car, his only pressure is not to break out.
Exactly right. You know, I sort of feel that, you know, if you're the slower car, you're out in front. It's up to the quicker car to chase you down and get past you at the finish line. And they're having just as good as time as the quicker car.
Oh, absolutely.
You know, especially if you start beating up on some of the quicker cars too.
Well, you look in that rear vision mirror and you've got a car coming down at you at 100 miles an hour. It's impressive.
Yes. But of course, we will see what will unfold in the very near future, only a few minutes away from getting into our first round of comp night. So a 14.04 with a 5 there in the Aeroflow lane to a 12.02, I think it was, in the Rocket lane.
Okay, we've got the WRX up against the Corolla.
Seen a bit of a resurgence to the old school Corollas of late. There was one out here the other day with a Beans motor in it. So the 2-litre NA. It was a little coupe, same model but a coupe.
So it was the dad built the car up for the son.
Yep.
And they were just slowly turning that car up.
Car in the Rocket lane, not a bad 60 foot, 169. Gets through the finish line with 11.88 at 121 miles an hour.
And for the car in the Aeroflow lane, 21.6 at 64 miles an hour.
Which I'd say is probably about right for a Corolla.
Yeah, Corolla, yep.
Assume it's running the factory 1300. .27 with a 0, 122 miles an hour. For the car in the Rocket lane to a 16.38 with a 5 at 84. There's a little bit of chat on the YouTube channel about smoke and cars that were good for the environment.
Well, that's all right. It's probably corn-fed.
Yes, exactly. Yes, exactly right. For E85 in it for sure. Just feeding into that a little bit.
Yeah.
Either that or there might have been a little bit too much.
Two-stroke?
Yeah, the upper cylinder lubricant or whatever they run in them. It ran clean in the middle of the racetrack. A little bit of fume at the top end, but an 11.30 with a 3 at 112 mile an hour.
We got the
very nice little RX2 now. tell you what, these things are getting pretty desirable and have been for a while now, the RX2. The RX3 definitely I'll say the godfather of the rotary world. But of course the early R100 and RX2 have also been escalating in value, I'll put it that way.
Well, this one's been found overseas, being a left-hand drive.
I think he's been here a good number of times.
Yeah, it has
this car.
been, yeah.
Well, no wonder the poor bugger's saying that he's missing gears. He's changing with the wrong hand. Runs on through for a 12.82 with a 109 mile an hour. That seemed clean. I think he got them all then.
Yeah, yep. It would be a little bit of a change of driving habit.
It'd have to be. Yeah, you think everywhere you drive, you're changing gear with your left hand, and then you jump in unless he's driving that every day, which he wouldn't be.
No.
You know.
Well, you hop into an Astra or one of those European cars, and the wipers are on them.
I've got that problem with my Escort, right? So every time I put the blinker or the wipers on, I've got to think, oh, this one.
Yep.
I'm only a simple person, all right?
It's all right. I know you feel your pain at having to change gears on it. I don't think I could.
You get used to it, to a degree. But then if you driving on the road is different to coming out here. You know, like you're always going to want to shift the gear as quick as possible. So then you're rushing it, and that's why he's missing the gears. Exactly.
And your feet's a different.
Oh no, the layout of your feet's the same, obviously.
Is it?
Yeah.
You ever driven a left-hand drive manual? They've always been autos. So.
Ooh, I would imagine they'd be the same. The accelerator on the right.
Yeah, I don't know. Yep. We get Stewie to investigate.
I'm going to ask a really dumb question to our viewers because we get people from all over. Is there anybody from the US? I'm certain that the accelerator's on the right-hand side, and then you brake obviously in the middle, and the clutch on the left. If you're driving a left-hand drive car, is the pedal layout still the same as Australia? It's just that we're on the opposite side of the vehicle. Yes, I did.
Still the same?
Yeah. Okay. Adam's saying yes. So, okay, we did say it was a silly question, but
no, it's not a silly question.
Yeah, you're making me doubt myself, Mark.
Well, Mark and Steve, just below you, I've just had a quick look at this Mazda RX-7, the green one that went down earlier. It's been prepared by Monster Performance. Of course, those guys no strangers to drag racing here at Sydney Dragway, and used for a little bit of track work as well. So,
which car is this, Stu? Sorry,
the little green RX-7.
Oh yeah, nice. That car ran when you were doing an interview out the back before.
Yeah, well, this thing's got a roll cage in it. It's still got an interior in it, but it is a manual, and it has got the more performance-orientated track tyre on it. So obviously, a little bit different way to go racing compared to what we're used to, but great-looking car nevertheless. And of course, Monster Performance. Those guys are one workshop to keep an eye on for the future in import racing here in Australia.
Well, we've got this great-looking HG down here. It's got the patina finish on it. Nice and strong in the burnout.
Yeah, you can never judge these cars by their looks, can you?
No.
I mean, not that there's anything wrong with that look. It's very in at the moment, but... Oh, nothing but frying the back tyres.
Oh, get out of that.
There's a couple of pedals in there, I dare say. Got it hooking up now, but certainly not going to get an ET that would be expected at the top end. Only a 14.47 but 119 mile an hour.
Yep.
Not too bad.
And 15.7 at 102 miles an hour.
Well, boys, we've got Dimitri down here in FDL. This very, very nice looking Audi wagon with the gold wheels.
Was this the one that ran earlier, Stu? Left nicely with a 177, 60 foot. Off in hot pursuit of the little Honda. He's going to round him up about half track or thereabouts. Just before 1,000, a 10.51 with a 9, 137 mile an hour to a 14.62 mark at 99.
Yep. You just see tail lights as a flash go past you.
Yeah, and I'd imagine that Audi would sound pretty mean at wide open throttle. at 130 mile an hour as it storms past.
Well, Stewie was saying we've got these two Mazdas down on the line.
Yeah, the earlier model RH7 up against the FD. Oh, a little bit of...
That stepped out pretty severely.
Keeping in your toes. 087 light for the Aeroflow lane. And the FD gets there first at 12.93 at 104.
And 14.6 at 109 miles an hour for the earlier RX-7. We've got two Audis sitting down in the burnout box, both of them just going around the water.
Track Walker's just checking out the Aeroflow lane. She spotted something. Great to see those staging lanes full of cars.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think I saw earlier today the comp night was starting off at 7:30, so not too far away. We're probably just running through the lanes before their first round. And then be interesting to see what will unfold. These two Audis rolling up to the start line now.
It's a bit of an unknown package, isn't it, when these Audis roll up there, because you just don't know what they've done.
Well, the thing is, I guess with the tuning stages, you can have an absolute sleeper, and it comes out and runs like, there you go, 1.8 to the 60 foot for both cars, and they're both low 12 seconds at 115 mile an hour for the Rocket Lane and 110. There was 300ths of a second between them.
Oh, coming down the return road, Steve.
Oh, which car is that?
Well, I'm just looking below you guys, just behind the tower, and we've got a BMW M2 from Sydney BMW, Mark and Steve. It's got a set of BBS wheels on it. Looks very, very nice. First timer as well. So interested to see how he goes. Great looking car. I tell you what, it is low as. I mean, this Mustang that's in front of it's a GT. It's sitting relatively low as well, but this BMW, this thing looks like it's supposed to be on that Mount Panorama rather than be here at Sydney Dragway. Now, a little bit of smoke coming out of Fact Junior.
Yeah, I think might have destroyed a turbo or something by the looks of that.
Yeah, well, in fairness, it probably copped a whole heap of enjoyment on the weekend up at Willowbank, of course, and then it's been brought back around for another go here tonight. But certainly not what we want to see. But these mechanical devices, and of course a car like that's lent on pretty hard.
Yes.
At whatever RPM it runs to for each gear change, and then obviously across the top end.
And how much boost they're pumping through it. So we've got the little Mini out. It run I think about a mid-12.
I missed its first run, I think, but this one has been at Sydney Dragway before. I don't know if this is one of the Honda swapped ones.
Yes.
It is it?
Yep. So it does get a little bit twitchy.
Oh, that's standard issue for any sort of front-wheel drive that's pretty quick. 11.97 with a 5, 121, but look at the Tesla in the other lane, an 11.25, I think it was.
Yeah.
All right, we're about roughly 5 to 10 minutes away from the first round of comp night. As I said, we're just running through the lanes. Our competitors are down in their respective lanes and ready to have a crack. Commodore away very nicely, Mark. 045 light, 149 to the 60. And runs on through for a 1081 with a 1 at 124 miles an hour.
And 13.6 at 105 miles an hour for the Falcon.
Now, fellas, I just had a quick chat with Eden a little bit earlier, and apparently they had Dark 69 on the dyno, and everything was fine. And it's the car sat, they brought it out tonight, and it's just not playing ball. Once again, he's done the burnout, and the car has shut off, and he's in the process of restarting now. But they think it might be either ignition, slight ignition problem in the car, maybe the coils aren't right. So hopefully you can get this car sorted, because the more laps, the more development he does with it, the more consistent this car is going to be.
Thanks for that, Stu. Oh.
046 light, wheels up. And through the finish line at 10:26 with a 4 at 123 miles an hour. Did I see a big flashy yellow out of the Mustang in the Rocket Lane? Or I don't know if
Really sure. 15.8 for the Rocket Lane. Well, we've got the Sydney BMW car down in the Rocket Lane up against the EH.
Yeah, it's a very nice looking BMW, this one too. You know, whether this guy actually works for Sydney BMW, I don't know. But this thing looks like it's come straight off the showroom floor. They bought a set of BBS wheels on it and brought it out for a little bit of a play tonight. But this EH wagon down here, Mark and Steve, as I said, Troy Worsley War-Speed motor, beautiful interior on the car as well. And just while doing this quick clean-up, just have a quick word with the driver. G'day, mate. What's your name?
Adam.
Adam, welcome to Aeroflow Race for Real. Mate, digital dash. What's this? That's interesting. It's very, how can I say, wouldn't say retro tech.
Yeah, it's just a War-Speed LS 6 litre, turbo 350. It's just got a Borg Warner rear end. It's all built in my shed.
Mate, this car is immaculate. The boys upstairs, I've got to, and I presume everybody that is here tonight are impressed by the overall presentation of the car. And I tell you what, it's got some mumbo.
Got it. Yeah, it doesn't go too bad. It made about 400 when we first tuned it, so we haven't played with it since. I've done 4,000 Ks in it. Take the kids out, and they love it, so it's awesome.
Well, mate, true story car. Great to have you here, Adam. Good to have you part of Aeroflow Race for Real. Man, you should see the interior on that car, Mark, when you're down on the deck. It's impressive.
Yeah, I could imagine, Stu, if it's anything like the outside of the car, it would be.
But just while we're down here, I might try and grab a word with this driver. He's in the BMW. I've got to find the story behind this, because it just seems weird you have a car come up with a Sydney BMW sticker on it. G'day, mate. What's your name?
Nick.
Nick, welcome to Aeroflow Race for Real. First question, do you work for Sydney BMW, or you just borrow the car from them?
Just borrowed the car for school drop-off. Now I'm here.
Great stuff. Mate, tell us a little bit about this car, because the inside of it is very futuristic, as what most cars are going to now, double digital dash.
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty good to drive. It's got a tune on it. It's got some suspension work done to it, so it enhances the experience, I guess.
So this car used for a little bit of track work over the road as well. That's the way the car's kind of been built.
Yeah, it's a daily, so it's good to bring it out on a Wednesday night and take it to the track on weekends. So yeah, it fits multiple purposes.
Well, mate, I'll tell you what, it's a great looking car. I just can't get over how low this thing looks. I mean, as I said earlier, it looks like it should be at Mount Panorama rather than here at Sydney Dragway.
We'll see how we go after this.
All right, there you go, boys. Well, I'll tell you what, that is a sweet looking car. I'll tell you what, Steve, you've got to hand it to BMW. Their styling has come a long way, and I'll tell you what, they're really, if I had a choice at the moment between a Beamer and a Mercedes, I think I'd take the BMW just quietly.
Well, I mean, I think that the most of the European cars that have that level of style about them, and that's part of their attraction. It's also probably something to do with the price tag that most of them attract as well.
Yeah.
But there's often more high-end tech in a lot of the European cars outside of what was produced locally. But yes, of course, you know, the times that we live in, everybody wants that connectivity and, you know, have all of the car's features at your fingertips. You know, it's a lot different to the majority of the cars that we often see racing here. You know, HG Holdens and Ford Cortinas, they didn't have any tech in them. You know, the tech was it had a radio.
And a lighter.
and a lighter. That was the extent, right? So, but of course, you know, as time moves on and the generations coming through have an interest in the newer cars, we're seeing more and more performance out of those vehicles, and the drivers using the technology to work for them in terms of the all-wheel drive and launch control and all of those sorts of things, which are inbuilt from the factory now. You know, so the factory is realizing, hey, well, we built this car, it makes, you know, stupid horsepower. Let's give the potential driver, you know, they're spending this money. Like, I'd hate to imagine we see that Audi wagon down there that ran 1030s or whatever it was. I'm guessing there's a substantial amount of money in that car, right? So for the designers of that vehicle to go, well, okay, the person spending this sort of money is obviously a car person and wants to have the performance. Yep. Let's let them actually take advantage of it, you know, in a track style condition. So it would work either on a drag strip or a circuit, or, you know, whatever form of motorsport you chose to put it in, it would perform.
It's great that the dealers now, or not the dealers, but the manufacturers are getting a little bit away from the old worry about the people flogging their cars and stuff like that, because now they're seeing the market they're building for, and they're putting, you know, traction control, launch control, all those types of things within that vehicle for that potential user to be able to use those.
Well, I think also we've talked, you know, from a drag racing point of view, when you're looking at outright horsepower that we're seeing, you know, a lot of these cars develop now, like, you know, 1,000 horsepower is thrown around pretty casually.
Yeah.
You know, for a road car now. And I think a lot of that comes down to the technology and how the componentry that's put into the engines and gearboxes and drive lines. Of course, that technology in a late model car is all U-spec, right? So I think in the live stream, the PAC RX-9 has a 7-speed gearbox in it.
Yeah, okay.
Behind a clutch.
Yes.
Right, so it's still running a clutch can, but behind that, rather than running a auto-style gearbox, there's 7 speeds behind it. There's talk of one of the gearbox manufacturers building something that's capable of 12 gears.
Wow.
Right, so the advantage of that is obviously it keeps the engine in the ideal power band and torque curve.
Yes.
Right, so gone are the days of your old, you know, 3-speed Trimatic where it was, you know,
yeah,
you know, or
slip into top gear.
Yeah, or a C4 or any of those sorts of things. You know? So the technology is certainly moving, and we're seeing that in more and more cars. Like, even from a road point of view, Pat Elliott was saying that the 8-speed gearbox, I think, out of the BMW, is now being used behind all sorts of cars for road use, because people have actually developed a computer program for it to be standalone. You don't have to have a BMW motor in front of it and a BMW ECU, for example. You can buy this, you know, aftermarket computer to control the gearbox, which then means that your vehicle cruises at, you know, 900 RPM on the freeway instead of, you know, $4,000 or you know, whatever it might be, and it's strong enough that if you do want to come out and give it a thrashing here at Sydney Dragway, you can do it without worrying about that being the weak link.
And it's more cost effective.
Yes.
Yeah, I watched a thing, some guys over in the States, they put it into a drag car over there.
Yes.
And the cost of building a box and getting it all working compared to getting one of those gearboxes and getting it in and working.
Yes.
And they were working on that programming at that stage of that gearbox. And the car was just getting quicker and quicker when they were getting the programming sorted out on that car.
And I think that's the thing, is that all these cars run a like a lock-up converter, but you can tinker with the programming to change when it locks up, which then not only changes performance but also fuel mileage as well, which is fantastic. Of course, we're not particularly worried about fuel mileage here. We're probably the kings of the sport, chew the most fuel out of anything.
We're all about pollution.
Performance, Mark.
Oh, sorry, wrong word.
Don't stir some of our viewers. They've dropped that subject for a bit. Your EH there just ran 11.9, and the BMW only fractionally behind it with a 12.0. So old versus new, right there.
Absolutely.
Two different ways to go about drag racing. All right, our next pair about to get the green light. Aeroflow lane away first. It's out in front at the moment, but I think the BMW SUV is going to march on around about half-track mark. 100 mile an hour at half-track. Runs through for an 11.28, 126.
And 13.9 at 112 miles an hour. Okay, what do we got down here in the Aeroflow lane, Steve?
I was hoping you weren't going to ask me that.
I can see tail lights.
A 1 Series Beamer, is it?
There we go.
Thank you, Adam. I only look at it one eye at a time. So between five eyes up here, we've been able to determine what it is. And my night vision's not great either. I think that's the Sylvia down there in the
it is indeed.
In the rocket lane.
Yep.
So much easier to see when it's white.
Yeah, my night vision is 0.
Oh, that's handy. Looks like the BMW out in front, but I think the Sylvia, yes, gets around at 1,000 foot.
BMW, no,
slow.
Right off.
Yeah, it did. Wonder what happened there. I hope we didn't put the mocker on his gearbox.
Yeah.
Just talked it up.
Well, talking of Nissans, a couple more just rolling out.
We've still got the 1 Series just at the top of the hill. I don't know if he's going to get around under his own power. I think they're going to be using the quad perhaps, although he's still moving.
Hey, just a quick announcement. If you're a car driver and you have a passenger, just make sure, guys, you tell your passenger they cannot be holding up their mobile phone. It's exactly the same as driving on the road. You can't film it. You've got to have it either in your pocket or in the glove box or not videoing at all, okay? So just to all passengers and drivers, you need to reiterate that to your passengers. No mobile phones for filming as you're driving down the drag strip.
Well, I suppose with that, Stewie, we've got enough photographers down here anyway taking photos, so...
You see what you did there. That's really good. Nice segue, mate.
Go and have a yak to them and tell them what car you're in. And
I think you can record. You just can't. You can't physically be holding the phone. It's got to be in a phone holder or a fixed mounting.
Well, boys.
Wow, that was certainly moving at the top end, Mark.
Yes.
133 miles an hour with 11.0.
Well, this won't be going anywhere in a hurry, boys.
Oh. What do we think it might have done there, Stu?
That's the axle.
Oh. That's unfortunate.
That's a terrible noise too. They clunk, 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 clunk.
Yep. Although I don't think that's the first Nissan rear end that we've broken either.
No.
So hopefully it's just an axle and can get it repaired.
Yes.
With minimal cost, minimal labour.
Talking about that, mine's going to be ready tomorrow.
Oh, that's right. You're having a diff built for one of your cars.
Yeah, the
You've been waiting for a little while for this to come, so you're
took forever to get the axles from the States.
Oh, that's the hold up, was it? Yeah, okay.
But yeah, got it all now, all the true track, all the gears, got everything.
You'll be in on the weekend. You'll be out here next Wednesday.
Well, everything else is done.
Yes, so you'll be out here next Wednesday. Your laugh tells me that you won't be.
A couple other little things to do. That, yeah.
All right, so got the Kia in the rocket lane, just rolling up to the start line. I think taking on a Honda, I think it is, in the Aeroflow lane there, Mark.
Hey, Mark and Steve, our first matchup for the Dial Your Own comp night. We've got 10 seconds, the black Golf.
Yep.
And beside him will be Craig Warren in the Sydney Scrap Steel VN Commodore. What a matchup first round. Now, I did see a guy downstairs with a Galano Engineering jacket on. So I don't know if they're having a playing around with 10 seconds. But I'll tell you what, he's going to have to be on his game because he's up against Craig Warren, who is no slouch when it comes to Dial Your Own racing. He normally drives the little Tirana.
Yep.
But don't put it past him on the tree. So this Golf down here, 10 seconds, while it might be quick down the end of the track, that's all well and good. He's dialed in with a 10 flat. And Craig Warren has dialed in with a 1565. So you were both talking earlier about Dial Your Own racing. You know, a quicker car has got to wait on the line. Well, I'll tell you what, 10 seconds is literally going to have to be waiting 5 seconds before he can go. So it's going to be a tough first round.
Yeah, that's 5 seconds sitting on the line is like a lifetime.
I don't know whether you'd want to be doing a lot of launch control either. Of course, we saw the Croydon R35 do a gearbox just from doing that too on the start line.
Yeah.
Came up on the two-step and
too hot.
Sat there for quite some time, and then all of a sudden it was the big plumes of that white smoke.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Well, the amount of heat that is generated, like in the gearbox, apart from sitting there on the trans brake or launch control, just
There we go. So 10 flat the dial in for the VW in the rocket lane. We'll have to wait 5.65 seconds, Stu.
and the VN Commodore will be just cruising on down the track.
Now, I dare say, I don't know if this is a new car, because it was a white 10-second Golf. I don't know if this is the same car. It's been rewrapped. Certainly looks just par.
Oh, what a great reaction.
Yeah, Craig Warren with a 003 green light here. That Golf is not going to see the win light. just waiting for Craig to be sure. You know, didn't want to give him the curse, but a 5.88 with a 5, only 68 mile an hour to take the win over the Golf there. And a 10.97 with a 2 at 133, so big speed for the Golf, but unfortunately the ET was nearly a second off what he dialed in at. So that 10 seconds is a time that that racer has estimated that the car will run. So it's a self-nominated handicap, so the Fiat down there in the Rocket Lane has dialed in with a 14.56, taking on the VW in the Aeroflow Lane, who dialed in with a 14.68. So not too much in this one. However, the Fiat has a fairly big reaction time advantage of about 0.3 of a second at the moment. Out in front, on the brakes early and breaks out. Goes a 14.43 with a 0 on a 14.56, so breaks out by over 1/10 of a second.
And he was on the brakes as
yes,
well.
Yeah, so a 15.03 with an 8 for the VW to take the win. So that's what we call a breakout, ladies and gentlemen. That's the equaliser. So that stops you basically sandbagging, for wanting another word. In layman's terms, stops you saying, oh, my car will run 35 seconds when it can go out and run a 10.
Yep.
So both cars can go under that nominated handicap, but the winner will be the one that goes under it by the least. So in that instance there, the little Fiat crossed the finish line first, but went too fast and broke out, handing the win back to the other car in the other lane.
Well, Cortina's got a great reaction time there, 0.08.
I'm just looking in our staging lane cameras there, Mark. We can see Sammy Joe's car with the bonnet up with a whole heap of something out of underneath it. So that's not looking good at all. All right, BMW in the Aeroflow lane, taking on the Falcon down there in the Rocket lane.
Another very close race this will be.
Yeah, only 0.24 of a second head start going to the BMW.
So this is where you really need to cut a really good light. Well, not a real lot between them.
No. Not too much. The BMW with the advantage, though. The Falcon moved around a little bit on the hit. I don't think it's going to catch him. And no, the BMW takes the win. A 12.01 with a 4 at 102.
All right, we've got the Navara going out 16.3 up against a 10.5.
Yeah, did the dial-in car in the Aeroflow lane do a run before, or has he just come in knowing what the car's going to run and say 10.55? I'm pretty sure we've seen this car in the 9s before, but depending on the tune, of course, Turbo LS on board.
Yep.
Will be covering the quarter mile at much. He's rolled the beat or didn't get into stage. That's what that looks like to me there, Mark.
Hey, Mark and Steve, there's a mad thrash going on down behind the pits. The radiator hose has just popped off Sammy Joe's car in the staging lane, so they're in the process of thrashing to try and get that car ready for round one.
Yeah, we can see it from up here, Stewie. We were just watching. We can see the big dump of water behind her car. Hopefully they can get it all back together.
Well, Sammy Joe is racing down towards the trailer now to try and get what they need. We've got a Kangaroo who's on his way up. I don't know about you boys, we're going to have to start charging him, I think. He's on his way.
Well, I'll tell you what, this might be a bit of luck to get the Commodore back together and filled up with some water.
Next matchup, Steve. This should be interesting. Danny Stadelmeyer in the manually shifted 6-cylinder Falcon. 13.55 dial in for Danny. Up against this Commodore Ute with a 14.22. Now we know that he's already cracked the 000 tonight. So I dare say the driver down here in the Aeroflow lane, he'll be very mindful of that. So Danny Stadelmeyer, 13.77 through to the next round. As you got one of the Varillis brothers about to take on Sus XD.
Well, the early Falcon has all the work to do, but great reaction time, 0.04.
And the Falcon gets it around at the top end, 11.51 with a 6 on a 11.44. 900's the margin across the finish line, Mark.
Well, Steve, we've got this BMW down here, the M3 about to take on Eden in the Ute. The BMW diving in with a 10 flat. Not much between them on the start line. It's going to be very, very tight. It's going to come down to the start line. We know the BMWs are pretty quick in that first 60 to 330 foot.
Well, Stu, it looks like they're just putting water into Sammy Joe's car. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think they would. I know that Sammy had the race face on. She looked like She-Hulk when she was heading towards the trailer in the golf cart.
Yeah, Enabella taking the win there quite comfortably against that BMW in the Aeroflow lane there. Unfortunately, reaction time, I think, told the story of that one.
Yeah, indeed.
All right, next up we'll see our little Ford Capri down there in the Aeroflow lane, dialed in with a 1370, taking on the Power Plus Race Fuels utility.
Yeah, so he's gone in at 11.6.
Well, Mark and Steve, Robert Spagnol from Shorty's Performance, just helping to get that car of Sammy Joe's back up and running. It's in the tunnel as the drag name goes off in the Holden Ute.
He's not going to catch the Capri, but maybe the Capri's gone too fast, and yes, he has, by only a fraction. Got there by nearly 0.3 of a second, but handed the win back to the utility to move into the next round. An 11.63 with a 3 and 11.63. 3 thousandths over the dial in for the utility. How good is that?
Yeah, that's definitely very close to the margin, isn't it?
Yes, that's exactly right. Of course, that's Mark Elborn, otherwise known as the Drag Gnome. I'm sure he prefers his proper name. 071 on the tree for the Rocket Lane for Bowers. Bowers with the advantage and will take the win. 10.06 with an 8 on a 999 dial-in at 124 mile an hour. A 1284 with a 9 for the car in the Aeroflow lane there, but a very good reaction time for the Bowers HQ to take the win.
Adam was also off that just before the finishing line as well, just to save the dial-in.
Okay, so it looks like Sammy J might have a bypass.
Yeah, 1066 her dial-in, but lucky for her, she's managed to get the solo into the next round. 032 on the tree. 1068 with a 1 on a 1066. That would have been pretty tough to beat, I reckon.
Yes. Especially with a good reaction time like she cut.
I don't think I'm going too far out on the limb to say her blood pressure would be up just fractionally right now. And Brian's, I'm sure.
Well, Steve, she did look pretty red in the face, like she was going to explode. But
I'm sure.
We're just going to check the track, just to make sure it is right to go before we send our next lot of racers down the track. That's it for round 1 of the comp night. We're back into lane 2. We've got little Ford Focus down here, about to take on the Hyundai.
Well, I'll tell you what, Steve, that was a good bit of racing.
Yeah, definitely. It's fantastic to see, Mark, that mix of everything too, and there's a couple of upsets there as well, which is cool, good to see. All right, as Stewie said, the Hyundai taking on the Ford Focus down there in the Rocket Lane. Just going back to our regular Race for Real, of course, a little bit later on tonight, we have 10 burnout cars enlisted to burn up the pad. Of course, it's going to be a pretty full-on night here at Sydney Dragway, and that is scheduled to start from 9:30, if I read the email correctly. So 10 burnout cars.
It's a huge night.
Yeah. Tree counts down, and the Focus away first. The launch will go to the Aeroflow lane, getting that power down to the ground more effectively.
Yeah, there's definitely not going to be any charge down there, is there? 13.3 at 103 miles an hour to a 15.5 at 94 miles an hour. Got the Golf over in the Rocket Lane. And BMW? Wild guess?
I don't know, but it had a bunch of RPM on the in the burnout.
MR2?
MR2, there we go, yes.
Close.
Well,
not really, but
it's got 4 wheels and a motor.
I'm still taking it close. Yeah, it's got an M in there somewhere.
All right, 14.48, 96 miles an hour.
And a 13.1 for the Rocket Lane.
In fairness to you, Mark, the MR2 is not something that we see much of on the roads here in Australia. They were a popular car when they were first around, but we don't see that much of them. Of course, I think they're a great little car, but I think one of their biggest negatives was actually working on them, I think. And the engine position was quite difficult to get at anything without pulling the motor out.
Well, I know the guys that were building a lot of those sports car type kit cars.
Yes.
Loving them for all their running gear.
Ah, yeah, because I suppose the driveline works for them. Nice big burnout there for the BMW convertible down there in the Rocket Lane. Put the VT to shame from that respect. And I think it's about to also put it to shame on the on the racing surface. And runs on through for a 12.50. Thanks very much. 109 miles an hour.
And 16.7 at 82 miles an hour. All The WRX up against the Falcon Ute. Very distinctive sound of a boxer.
Yes. Pretty harsh in the second gear too. Getting the job done now at 12:35 with an 8:119 miles an hour.
And 16.3 at 85 miles an hour. The pairing of Commodore Utes down here.
Got a few racing tonight, haven't we?
Yeah, we have, yeah. Good turnout.
Hey, Mark and Steve.
Yes?
Would you tell Adam that his car's turned up in the lanes, please? There's a blue Lamborghini down here. I don't know if he's got his own private chauffeur. Well, guys, just down in the staging lanes, and pretty bit of a drama-filled first round of the Dial Your Own. We got David Matosevic here. David, first round, it's always hard, the first round. Anything can happen. How'd you find that first run?
A little bit nervous. Oh, it wasn't too bad. Just I didn't do a real good light like I did in qualifying. That's just the anticipation of racing. But that's what I enjoy about it, I suppose. Keeps you on the money, that's for sure. But no, it's good fun. Lucky I won.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'll tell you what, I was saying earlier, you know, we look at a car like Owen's or that little Fiat. The slower cars can be a bit of a thorn in the side of these faster cars.
Yes, because you got to sit there and wait. You watch them drive away, and your anticipation gets higher. And you're thinking, oh, there's no way I can catch this guy. He's already gone halfway down the track. And you're sitting there waiting for a long time, and anything can go wrong. So, yeah, but that's what I enjoy about this Wednesday night over the normal comp stuff, because you're racing cars where you might have to wait 4 or 5 seconds, or other cars have got to wait for me 4 or 5 seconds, which makes the gap, and it makes it so much more interesting down the other end. There's no other combination like it when you race the competition stuff, which is what I enjoy about it.
Well, it's great to see you here tonight, mate. Good luck for the next round. Changing your dial in too.
Yeah, I think it might have went a little bit. It's cooled down, so I'm guessing here. We'll see.
Well, I'll tell you what, Steve and Mark, everybody gearing up for the next round of the comp night.
Well, Stewie, it's good listening from the competitors in it that the air's getting better out there, horsepower's building.
Yes, that's exactly right. I think that we can see that because the smoke's sort of hanging around a little bit more. Just it's not floating away up into the atmosphere as freely as it was before. I think that it has been very windy here today as well. So the atmosphere has changed quite a few times. I think it was clear in the morning, and then it came over. We got a little bit of moisture at work, which is only a few moments away from the racetrack, and then the wind kept blowing, and of course then the clouds all disappeared once again. All right, our little Mazda RX-3 down there on the start line in the Aeroflow lane.
It's up against the VX Commodore.
I think this one the quickest car on the premises, the Commodore that is. Trans brake engaged. Mazda away first. 144 to the 60 for the Commodore. Straight down the center of the lane and runs on through for an 871, 164 miles an hour.
And 13.0, 111 miles an hour. That's a great pass to that Commodore. Just clean and tidy all the way.
We couldn't even hear it over the Mazda.
No.
On the track mics.
This is going to be one of the first Lamborghinis I've ever seen in this beautiful blue. Great looking car, the bull number plates. We are very, very lucky here at Aeroflow Race for Real. As us commentators say, we never know what's going to come through the gates. Some nights we're blessed to have a car like this turn up and have a crack.
You're absolutely right there, Stu. You just never know. It could be anything from a Mini.
Yeah, I think that's the thing, is so many different types of cars take people's interest, you know,
Yes.
like, and it might not be the fastest car out here that we all go, oh, that's awesome, you know what I mean? It could be something exotic like a Lamborghini, or it could be something, you know, from the other end of the spectrum that, you know, Google-mobile, or who knows? It might not even be fast. It might just be something that we you know, the driver or rider does something that's a little bit different to everybody else, and that's the one that we remember.
I was just getting stirred up by Caleb down here, Mark and Steve, saying that, you know, he'd be no chance against my car. I just said he'd have to wait 9 seconds on the start line.
I was going to say, did you buy a new car, Stu?
I'll tell you what, Steve, though, you know, when you actually see these cars in a magazine or in a photo, it doesn't actually give you much of an idea of just how big those rear tyres are on the back of these Lamborghinis. They are huge.
Well, we could hear the turbo spool on the live stream there. I think we're going to be in for a bit of a number here, Mark. It moved around a little bit on the hit of the throttle, but a 921 with a 1. We're at 164 miles an hour, so same speed as the Commodore that we saw run a few runs ago, but not quite as quick in the ET. But I tell you what, a 921 at 164, and as I said, it moved around a little bit on the hit. Off air, Adam did give me the G up there of its past performances, but yeah,
unfortunately, it was on the brakes early.
Yes, yeah, and that's the scary thing. All right. Oh, all the ones. 11, 1, 1 with a 1 at 122 for the Rocket Lane.
And 13.6 at 100 miles an hour for the Aeroflow lane.
We've got this Volkswagen down here from Motortech. About to take on AdVE.
Well, 13.0, 109 miles an hour to a 14.6 at 125 miles an hour.
Just reading a post on our Facebook viewers for the True Streetcar Shootout happening at Sydney Dragway on Sunday the 31st. See all the Sydney's toughest streetcars do battle here at Sydney Dragway. $10 entry for spectators, and racing starts from 10 a.m. till 6.
Well, I'll tell you what, we might go for a wander into the staging lanes, because you've got Owen here in the T-Rock from Dialed In Racing. Owen, got to win in the first round. You've got to be happy.
I was very lucky. The other guy started to get away a little bit, and I knew our dial-ins were very close, so I backed off and let him go, and he broke out. So, yeah, on to the next round.
Mate, you deserve that. You've got a smile on your face. I'll tell you what, we were watching the race, and I was thinking to myself, oh man, like this could be tight at the finishing line, but you played the game and you won.
That's it. That's the aim of it. It's all about having a bit of fun, but it's also sort of a learning curve, as I'm only new to this sort of style of racing, and yeah, no, I'm enjoying it.
Well, that's what we'd like to see, mate. Good luck for the next round. Are you taking on Craig Warren?
No, this big beast beside me.
Oh, you're taking on Navara. Good stuff. Well, we might have a word with the driver here in the Navara. Hey, mate, what's your name?
James.
James, welcome to Aeroflow Race for Real, mate. Hey, you got a win in the first round in the big Navara.
Yeah.
You're up against Owen next. You enjoying this style of racing?
Yeah, mate, it's pretty good. You know, I not long installed the Whipple on this, and I got a bit of NOS on it as well, so keen to turn it up and hopefully run a 16.4 flat, so we'll see how we go.
That's impressive. Wow. There you go, Mark and Steve. Oh, man, the big Navara. Tell you what, four-wheel drives are not the easiest things. Okay, nice. So, yeah, Danny Stoudemire, he's got the race face on. He hasn't got his usual happy dance going on, Mark, so he means business in this next round.
Go on, Danny's always got a smile on his face, Stu. What are you talking about?
Now, Steve, I've got a question for you. Trent Smith's car is about to come out, the VP Commodore.
Yes.
Hey, g'day, Trent. But Trent's not driving it. There's a young fella behind the wheel.
I think he's one of their crew, Tristan. Yeah, yeah. I think that's his name, Mark. If you've jogged my memory.
Yeah, I spoke to him before when I think he's got a Falcon that he was driving out here.
Yeah, you interviewed him, didn't you? Yes. Not last week, but the last time we sent you out with the microphone.
Yep. And this VP is quick.
Yes, it is. It does have an interesting stance, I guess you could say, as it makes its way down the racetrack. It sort of twists right up and sort of stays in that contorted stance until it has the parachute pulled, and then it all comes back to normal in inverted commas.
So originally it belonged to the owner's grandfather.
Yeah, it was a family car, I think, from memory, yes.
Side mount supercharger. Built the motor from all the stuff laying around the workshop.
Yeah, as you do. As you do, because of course the Smith family now have another rear engine dragster in the family. Tegan was going through licensing recently out of juniors and into modified dragster. Again, I think another big block. This one with a Zoomy, so it's got a nice little engine note to it. Yeah, so onwards and upwards.
Yeah.
More bigger cars to play with, which then mean bigger trailers, etc., etc. But yeah, so Trent must always have something in the workshop to tinker with, I'm guessing. Not much downtime. But then I guess if that's what you enjoy.
Yep.
That's the downtime, isn't it?
It is. I think this is going to be a really good pass. Both very competitive cars.
Yeah, Wollongong Automotive Services on board for Trent. And of course, BG Engines that build the motor for Alan Vella for his cars.
Moving around a little bit on the hit for the VP Commodore, but the Capri chasing down and will pass at 1,000 at 9.63 with a 0, 145 mile an hour at the top end for Haley in the Capri.
Yeah, great pass out of the Capri. I remember that VP being a lot quicker than that.
I think out of the throttle, to be honest, the way that the Capri corded up.
Running down.
Yeah.
Maybe they've just turned it down a bit.
Now, boys, had a quick word with Ross Bilby down the staging lanes. What they've actually done with this car is they took the carby off it and gave it a really, really good clean. Apparently, it had a whole heap of E85 gunk in it.
Yep.
They've cleaned it out, and it is sounding crisp as.
Yeah, that's the only thing with E85. You just can't leave it in the car. You
can't leave it in anything.
No, you can't. Yeah, you got to. It just not even crystallised. Just goes to a gunk.
Yes. And the biggest thing is big spin of the tyres for both cars. I think the HG got the traction quicker. I don't think Bilby's going to catch him from there, Mark. Or will he? Oh, he does. He does. He goes a 10.68 with an 138 mile an hour. The HG in the other lane, I thought for sure was going to take the win. I think that thing ran its first 9 last week or the week before, so certainly no slouch.
So the HG's got new running gear in the car. Back in the beginning of the year, detonated a motor. So they built a new motor for it, which is a lot more potential than what the old one did, and had it all teched and everything ready to go. So slowly stepping that car up.
Yeah, nice. And that's what it's all about, isn't it? We set a goal, we reach it, and then we move the bar up a little bit more and chase after that one.
That's the worst thing about drag racing.
Yeah,
you get greedy. Horsepower greed. Looks like we've got a car down the bottom end of the track there at the moment.
Was on a solo, but
just going around the corner now.
All right, we can see our round 2 competitors in the comp night about to roll on through. We've got the bikes first though, Mark.
Yep.
Steve?
Yes, Stu.
I just got basically like an oh-no signal from Craig Warren.
Oh.
He's up against Danny Stadelmeyer in the next round of the comp night.
Well, I guess that's two experienced racers then. That's good. That evens it up rather than them taking on someone that's a little bit less experienced. It's a more even fight. AU inline 6 versus the 3.8 V6 for the Commodore. Will we see a staging duel, I wonder?
Oh, maybe. Try and psych each other out.
Aeroflow lane, nice light and out in front. Will run on through for an 11. 22 with a 7. 129 miles an hour.
And 12.6 at 106 miles an hour. Oh, great light for the Aeroflow lane.
Yeah, 10.88 with a 9, 144 miles an hour. We could hear that bike scream on the live stream.
Big burnout from the bike down in the rocker lane. In the meantime, the other rider is in and staged and waiting.
Oh, wow, lucky to hang on to that. And we'll run on through for a 10.46 at 147 miles an hour in the rocket lane.
And 11.3 for the Aeroflow lane.
.025 red light for the Aeroflow lane. Runs on through for a 10.34 at 149 miles an hour.
And 14.7, 88 miles an hour for the rocker lane.
Good number of bikes down there tonight. Of course, I think as the weather will start to warm up, we'll see a little bit stronger fields. Of course, and the bike night coming up in early October here at Sydney Dragway. It's Friday the 10th.
Yeah, the warmer weather does coax them out. 11.4, 134 miles an hour for the Aeroflow lane. And 14.2 at 127 for the Rocket lane.
Both bikes away cleanly. 151 reaction time for the Rocket lane, the better of the two. Pretty even all the way down. Rocket lane will take it at 10.54 with the 142 mile an hour to a 993 with the 4 in the Aeroflow lane there, Mark.
Wow. Those guys are just about rubbing elbows all the way down that track.
Pretty much. They would have been seeing each other's bike like right at the side. .033 on the tree for the Aeroflow lane. The Rocket lane with the performance though. 113 mile an hour to half track. Runs on through for 10.24 with a 2 at 141 across the finish line.
Yeah, Jesse Barnes had a little bit of a ride job there, Steve, in that first 330 foot of the racetrack.
Ooh, 0.5 reaction for the Rocket lane. Goes through 12.7, 107 miles an hour.
All right, here we go, boys. Danny Stoudemire in the mighty AU Falcon, about to take on Craig Warren in his Commodore.
Yep, of course, the second round of the comp night about to commence. I don't know what it is. I just feel Danny's AU is a lot more aggressive.
Well, it does the way it launches, being a manual. Well, Danny's got the chase.
Yep, near enough to 2 seconds the head start. Ooh, 75. Oh, Danny's thrown it away. Greg said he was worried about it, but kept his cool, went 0.75.
So let's see how they go crossing the line.
Falcon would have got there first, but Stoudemire takes the win. Sorry, does not take the win, I beg your pardon. No. 15.76 with a 9.86 mile an hour for Craig Warren to move into the next round. Next up, we've got the VW down there taking on the Navara. 14.68 the dial in for the VW and a 16.39 for the Navara. Navara away first. Oh, very even on the tree. Only 5 thousandths of a second. Their action times are not awesome, but they're very, very close.
Tell you what, not much between them at this stage.
Locked together. I think the Navara...
Pegged on the line.
Yeah. 400ths of a second, the gap. The VW takes the win, moving into the next round.
Well, this would be a good pass.
Ooh, another pair of heavy hitters.
Yep.
On the start line, got Dave Matasevic down there and Adam Bowers doing battle. Bowers in the HQ dialed in with a 10 flat. Matasevic in the Cortina with a 10.51 on the dial in. Oh, and Bowers with a massive hole shot here. I think the HQ should take it. Yeah, it gets...
Oh, look at the dial into his time.
Yeah, it goes 10.02 with an 8, so 28 10 thousandths over the dial in for Bowers. to move into the next round. He got there first, courtesy of a much better reaction time. Got nearly a 10th up his sleeve.
Would have just broke out if he even got there.
Yeah, I don't think David would have had a chance there. That he gave away over a 10th on the start line. You can't do that.
Not when you're racing this level of races. Just waiting on the BMW to bring in that last light.
Matasevic with the reaction time advantage here. 11:42, his dial in, chasing the BMW. And we'll get there. The BMW goes too quick, trying to stay in front, but the Big Falcon claims the scalp and moves into the next round. Oh, this will be another good one. These two very good friends down in the pits, but probably not so much when the helmets come on and they're racing each other.
Exactly right, and they're both super good on the lights.
Well, I can tell you one thing, Steve. Eden was coming past me, he was pumped. Sammy Joe had the race face on.
Oh. Yeah, the Ute were just stepping out off the line, gave away way too much there.
I tell you what, he did a pretty good job of chasing it down still. Went a little bit under the dial in by thousandths, but didn't get there. Sammy took the win by 400ths across the finish line. Mark Elborn down there in the Power Plus Race Fuels utility on a solo. I think we had 21 entries in comp night, so it will mean we'll have some solos through until the fields get smaller. Obviously, we need an even number of cars, but an 11:62 the dial in for the utility here. Can run as fast or as slow as he likes. Already got the win.
Yep. You just run it out the back door, see how close you are.
Correct. And 11:68 with a 9 on 11:62.
Well, I can tell you, boys, that it has cooled down considerably out here. So the next round is going to be interesting.
Not too much in this one. The Golf with the advantage across the 1,000 foot, and it takes it with a 12:68 with the 6.
And 13.1 at 104 miles an hour. Well, Aeroflow Lane got away nice and clean. Goes out 14.6, 109 miles an hour to a 16.0 for the Rocket Lane.
Now, most of that smoke down there on the star line has come from that little starlet, I think it is. Something tells me the engine's not that healthy.
No.
It would appear that way.
Now, a little turbo on board that little starlet.
And the Mazda, 12.65 with a 0, 109, takes the win.
nice clean run for the Rocket Lane. 12.9, 107 miles an hour to a 14.4 at 95 miles an hour. Or HG, nice big strong burnout.
Yeah.
Up against the VW. Yeah, that smoke there, Steve, just slowly just going upwards.
Yeah, well, we wouldn't have had that problem earlier today. It would have been blown away in a split second. All right, and the Aeroflow lane will take that one. Next up, we have the Honda Civic taking on a little Corolla down there in the Rocket Lane. And the Honda will get there in reasonable fashion, a 15.15, 99 miles an hour. And the little Corolla, a 20.8 second pass at 66. That'd be a good match for the Cordy, I reckon.
It would be indeed. Okay, BMW down in the Aeroflow lane. Is he up against a Pulsar?
No, that's an earlier Audi, I think.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I was going to say an A3, Adam, but you know, my Euro knowledge is not super strong.
Yeah, I'm like you.
$11.45, 122 for the car in the Aeroflow lane, though.
Well, VX Commodore up against the Skyline.
Skyline doing a pretty good burnout down there in the Aeroflow lane. Chris, that is a very good question. Why doesn't Pocket Rocket have his car in for comp night? That's a question you'll have to ask him.
Yeah.
Because we would for sure support him.
We would indeed. Did you hear that question for you, Stu?
He's gone MIA.
Yes. Gone in hiding. Oh, Commodore minus 002.
His red is red, Mark.
It is indeed, but it's great to get him that close.
Yes, it is.
Goes through 11.9, 121 miles an hour.
All right. We had a couple of Tesla supporters on our live stream earlier. Here's one for you. Now, this car was pretty quick from before. I think ran low 11s, if my memory serves me correct. Taking on the R35 this time around.
Pretty quick, the twin motor performance pack ones.
Yes, yeah, they are. They do motor on pretty good. Sicko, you're probably right. He saw the question and ran away. It's all right. Both us up here have pretty nice cars and we're not racing them either, so I can't complain. Not saying too much. Ooh, the Tesla's holding its own, but I think the Skyline might just get him at the top end. No, it doesn't. There was 3/10 across the finish line. The Skyline, if the better reaction time, he gave away 3/10 on the line.
Yep.
So that's where that race was won and lost. The Skyline was quicker.
But yeah, there's plenty of other cars out there to be running 11s.
I knew that win would at least excite one of our viewers on the live stream. Now. Oh, there's two. It looks like there's two supporters on there.
Yeah, Elon will be happy.
All right, Sylvia taking on that BMW in the rocket lane.
Looks great with that big wide body on it, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. The big pumped out guards. 12:39 with a 127 miles an hour.
And 14.4 for the Aeroflow lane.
Is that another Echo down there? I think in the rocket lane. Yes, that's right. Echo. Did you see the one at Jambo, Adam, with, yeah, the little green one with this hey? Yeah, it was a rear-wheel drive. They'd done a conversion on it. Was that a Wilshire? I think it was a Wilshire, wasn't it? I'd have to rewatch it. But yeah, had the pizza delivery sign on it.
Did it?
But it was converted to rear-wheel drive. But yeah, 16:55 with a 4 for this one.
That's quick.
Yeah, it's all about getting out and having a bit of fun.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just reignited the war versus electric versus petrol on the
really?
on the live stream. Yeah.
I suppose they've got to make the most of it. Doesn't happen very often.
I'm not reading it out. Big wheel spin for the BMW SUV on the start line.
He's on the charge top end.
Yeah. Still just under 100 mile an hour at half track, thanks very much. 125 at the finish line with an 1170 with all that messing about on the start line too.
Wow.
That's a good point, Gus, man. Yeah, that's interesting there, Mark. You point out that's the car that was a little bit slow on the previous run too. So maybe it's going into a limp mode or something, perhaps. Well, it's been a definite mix of everything here tonight. So,
yeah.
Just waiting for the return road to be clear so we can send the next pair. Of course, the little MR2. I remember this time. Thank you, Adam. Yeah. No. It is 2. Are you sure that's not the car you said was an MR2 before?
It was. Yeah.
Never mind.
See, I was right.
I'll just sit here and quiet then. Sorry. I was looking at the taillights thinking it was the same car. I'm sorry for all of those that I just offended. Thank you for pointing that out, Adam. But he was taking on the Fiat. I know that was the Fiat. I did say my night vision's not great.
Yeah. We did just get a message come through from Samantha, whose dad's driving the Tesla. So good on her. How are you watching, Dad?
Yes, there's been a couple of Hyundais racing tonight. Only 1 or 2 though. Normally we have a bit of a good variety of them, 5 or 6 or more. But tonight I've only seen 1 or 2.
Mm. Yeah, we get some quick ones out here too.
Yes, we do. There are a pretty quick car out of the box, and of course another one of these car manufacturers that are sort of leaning a little bit towards the motorsport market. Rocket Lane out in front with this one. 090 on the tree mark.
Here goes through 14.7, 97 miles an hour to a 17.0 at 80 miles an hour. Just a little mop up on the Aeroflow lane. Falcon Ute just rolling into stage, or rolling past stage.
Seen a little bit of just watching the driver there go through stage. It just sort of prompted me to the Street Outlaws movement. I don't know if you've seen anything on social media. They've cancelled the last 2 rounds of the current championship. Yeah, and like no explanation or anything, just like, yep, nope, not happening. So that's been a series that's been going for a while now.
Yeah,
yes,
quite a long time.
Yeah, I think in the US something like 8 or 9 seasons, or maybe even more.
Yep.
Of course, we saw that them all come to Australia a few years ago.
Yes.
It seemed to be a little bit of a disappointment from not only the competitors, but of course all the fan base that have got to know the drivers through the show, and and a lot of them wouldn't have anywhere near the name that they do now without being part of that show and being thrust into the limelight, I guess. And I'm sure that some of them, they would all be being paid, of course, to race. they wouldn't have had the money that they've got now without that as well.
Well, the chief, like, look how much he stepped up in and where he stepped up. Yeah, some of them got, Daddy Dave.
Yep.
Those early guys that.
Well, yeah, there was some that were in it from the very beginning, and then the cast grew effectively as the series gained more and more years.
Well, I think the one that really took off was Farm Truck.
I think because they ran their own sideshow as well in terms of notoriety. But I mean, I feel that one of the most successful was Ryan Martin in terms of wins and losses and that sort of thing. The Fireball Camaro definitely, I think had a pretty good budget to start with, if I am fair. But
he came in with a very, very well set up car.
And put in a lot of effort and, went second to none, I think, in terms of testing and all the other effort that was put in. But I mean, all the races gave it a crack. There was some there that you just sort of think, well, good to see you get up and have another go. They'd build a car and then destroy it, and then 2 weeks later they'd have to be back with it. And I think over time that would, because I'm assuming that there was a contractual agreement there too, that they would have to show at so many races. So if they didn't turn up, then their contract is at risk, and so that put you under a lot of pressure, especially when the show goes on the road. You're on the other side of the country, and we've just done an engine, and I've got 2 weeks to fix it, and I'm 5 days drive home. What do I do? So that definitely would have created a little bit of anxiety, I guess, but that's part of the deal. But I guess the beauty is too that there's workshops everywhere that could get parts or repair parts or whatever it needed to be if you're on the road. And if you're part of a team, which is what they were pushing much more towards the end of the series that I watched, that hopefully one of your teammates has you can share parts with that, because the early days they were just racing each other.
They were
and taking money off each other every week, and as much as I like drag racing, I would watch that, and then it would sort of get a bit boring because they'd just go, the 4 spots on the ladder would just change, and then that's it.
When they started racing different states, and
that definitely made it a little bit more interesting. I feel anyway. We have some more furry friends watching. That is the reason for the hold up. They're just Adam's got one of them on. He's doing a track walker.
Yeah. He's just checking the track, make sure it's okay.
I think we're going to call that Skippy Cam from now on.
Kanga Cam, that's it.
Yeah. He's quite intently having a good look around.
Fully staring.
Yeah.
Well, we shouldn't be too much longer. We've got the quad heading down there now. I wonder if they freak out if they see themselves on the big screen. Like other animals, they get and they startle.
Well, boys, after this run, looks like we're in our next round of the comp night, and we got Craig down here in the Sydney Scrap Steel VN. He's pumped up, but he's taking on Mark Elborn in the Pale Plus Racing Fuels Ute. Who said Dolly Roan racing is boring? I don't know what's wrong with people. It is fantastic.
Listen to that R35 sing. Very close on the reaction times here, Stu. The R35 is going to take the W. 11.80 with a 3 at 126 miles an hour.
And 14.4, 94 miles an hour.
Well, I was just reading today, Mark and Steve, that in Japan, they're not building the R35 anymore. It's now finished. The last one rolled off the production line not too long ago. So I'd say the people that have got an R35, hold on to them.
Yeah, no, they're definitely a pretty cool car. There's a number of them generally online, Japanese imports and stuff, but certainly those prices are ever increasing. All right, the next round of the comp night about to begin. We have Craig Warren in the VN Commodore down there in the Aeroflow lane, taking on Mark Elborn in the Holden Utility in the Rocket lane. Elborn with the quicker dial in 1162. He will be chasing down the 1572 dial in for Craig Warren in the Aeroflow lane. Elborn with a little bit of work to do off the start line. Quite a bit of work to do, actually. I think Warren will take it. He runs a 1575 with a 5 on a 1572. 79 miles an hour to take the win.
Okay, we've got the VW dial in 14.7 up against a 10.0.
Oh, another cracking light for Bowers in the Rocket lane.
Chasing him down hard.
Oh, 10th across the finish line there, Mark. Adam was getting very excited. He thought the VW was going to hang on. I guess in that instance, all you do is hold your foot flat out. Yep. There's no backing off there. It probably looked closer than that because of the closing speeds, the differences in speed. All right, this will be a good one. Then we've got Jack Matasevic down there in the Rocket lane, dialed in with an 1142, leaves with an 059 line. Sammy Joe Johnson away with an 025 on a 1065 dial in. Locked together at 1,000. Matasevic in front at the moment. Got there first by 95 10,000ths and breaks out. Goes a 1140 with a 2 on an 1142. Handing the wing back to Sammy Joe. She's going to move into the next round.
Wow. This is definitely what Dial Your Own is all about.
100%. It's exactly what it's about. The race isn't over until you're crossing the finish line.
Absolutely. Like, it's great for us watching it, but if you're in the car, side by side, do you back off? Do you keep into it? Decisions have to be made on the spot. Rocket lane on the charge, 11.8, 117 miles an hour to a 13.0 at 108 miles an hour. For 108 miles an hour for the win. BMW up against this RX.
Subaru.
WRX, sorry.
Yep, I know what you meant.
Yeah. Just come out wrong.
Bit of a flash out of the left-hand bank for the Subaru on the gear change. Not going to catch the BMW. 11.04 mark. 125 mile an hour to an 11.90 at 114 for the Subaru. Commodore taking on the Echo down there. And the Echo was a little bit smoky on the last run.
It's a little bit smoky sitting down there at the moment.
$14.64 with an 8.96 mile an hour for the Rocket Lane.
And 15.9 at 86 miles an hour for the Aeroflow Lane. The green Commodore Ute back out again.
$14.34 with a 5, 109 miles an hour to a 16.89 with a 2. Ford versus Holden battle on the start line.
Geez, that Echo was quicker than I thought it would go. That's impressive.
Oh, 1-2 on the tree for the Falcon. Nice light. Let's see if we can get into the 9s. I think ran 10.0 on the last run. I might have been 11. It might have been 11.0. Sorry.
And 13.3 at 115 for the Rocket Lane.
Aeroflow Lane out in front, and it's going to stay that way. 11.98 with a 0, 113 miles an hour, 12.25 I think it was there in the Rocket Lane. A little bit distracted by the noise down on the start line in the burnout.
Mazda up against the Commodore wagon.
I'm not going to lie, Steve, hearing all these raiders tonight, I really wish I'd gone to Jamboree up in Queensland.
You should have, mate. It's cracking weather from what I saw on the live stream.
The 2 would have gone well.
Yeah, fitted right in.
Yeah.
And a 13.05 that time around, but a 12.30 for the Mazda.
Yeah, just on that too, Steve, I can't get over the times that they're running in factory extreme at the moment. I mean, a fifth Mikhail in the Motorsport Motorsport.
570 that car went to.
Yeah, that's crazy, isn't it?
I can't remember what the mile an hour was, but yeah, I think it came a little bit of a surprise to everyone involved, a 570. I think Wilshire went a 6.1 at 243 in the little 4G 63 Eclipse. There were standouts across all of the fields. You know, a handful of VL 7-second VLs, street-driven cars. Like this is just the way it's going to keep going. I think the performance levels in that market is just going to keep getting better and better. And then, of course, you've got the Pro Mod cars that came out unrestricted. Normally they're running to a 585 index in competition. Of course, at that event, they were able to do pretty much whatever they wanted. I think Rika went 246, something like that, 272.
Wow.
Yeah, it was certainly up there. Burns did some pretty good runs as well. Nice big wheel stands from him. There was a bit of, I'll say, trash talking going on between Rob Harrington and Steve Smith. Cost Harrington a fair bit of money. There was a bit of a wager on one of the runs, and I think, which was uncharacteristic for Rob to throw that sort of coin down on a on a race, but he wasn't successful, unfortunately. So it might take a little bit of time to recoup from that, but you win some, you lose some, I guess.
That's all right. Yep. Yeah, it's all fun in racing, but when you start putting a bit of padding on it.
Yeah.
Well, I guess the one thing too, which really stood out for me, Steve, is that the RB30s, they're starting to hunt down the 2Js.
Yeah, that's true, but I think they've got a ways to go yet. In terms of the development, the 2Js seems to be a lot further in front, but I think the RB is not as, I'll say, not as popular worldwide, and I think that was one of the reasons why Anthony went to the US to bring the RB to that scene and show what it can do for a bigger market, because then you only need a couple of performance shops over there going, well, I see real potential in this thing. And, obviously with the bigger markets, they can throw more money at it because they'll get more in return.
Yeah, I think the going to all the billet stuff made a big difference for them.
Oh, definitely. Yes, that's right. It was the products that are being developed by PRP are certainly helping the races of the RB30 bridge that gap. There's a lot of innovation happening out of that company in terms of product development, which allows them obviously to put more power through, get rid of some of the weaknesses.
Yes.
Up until recently, you could only use the old cast block, where now you can get the full billet versions.
Yeah, well, aids in a lot, don't it? You can put a lot more boost through them. Not have a crank chase you down the road.
Oh, I saw on social media the other day, I was doing the desk roll, and it was the guy posted something, the bottom end of my motor didn't enjoy the track day as much as I did. And it's like a photo from underneath, and the bottom of the block's not even there. Like, you're looking up, there's the 8-cylinder liners, right? The crank's out of it, so there's they're just empty pots, and you can see the cam. That's it. I was like, wow, if you're going to do it, that's
a way.
That's done it properly. You're like, that's rods out, crank out, the whole lot. Yeah. It was still the block was still in the car, but yeah, pretty catastrophic, that one. Saves a bit of time when you.
Well, it does, yeah.
You don't even bother looking to see what you can salvage out of it. It'll just all goes into the bin.
Yeah, we had one motor like that. Anything we saved out of it was the Dizzy. We actually found part of the valve in the inlet.
Oh, that's no good. That wasn't a bad launch. That sounded like a manually shifted car there. Spun the wheel a little bit on the hit, but 10.24, 142. Is that car run tonight? Or is that the first pass?
Not sure. That's not the
10.24, 142 mile an hour. Thank you very much.
That's not the one that done a shaft on the line, is it? An axle?
Let me see.
Well, Mark and Steve, we're not too far away from the semi-finals for our comp night. And man, you thought the last round was tough? Check out this race. Craig Warren in the Sydney Scrap Steel VN, who's been on fire tonight. But I'll tell you what, he's going to have a bit of a drive job now, Steve. is up against Sammy Joe in Dialed In Racing VH Commodore.
You're exactly right, Stu. This is going to be a very good run. Sammy Joe done probably more runs in this car recently than Craig has in the VN, but Craig's been racing the VN for a long time, but also steps into his Tirana as well. Tirana naturally a lot quicker than the VN. So it'll come down to muscle memory for Craig here. He's been cutting some pretty good lights. 15.75, the dial in for the car in the Aeroflow lane. Sammy Joe in the green machine. Thunderstruck dialed in with a 10.65. Just under 5 seconds. The handicap.
Well, Sammy Joe has not done any bad lights all night. No. They're all been in the zeros.
.097 on the tree for Warren. Oh, that's no. You, Mark. That's you. Commentator's curse right there. Handing the win to Craig Warren. He's going to move into the next round. And I think Sammy would have got there. She did. She got there first, but threw it away on the start line. 32 thousandths of a second red.
Okay, he's stuck with his 10.0 all night. And he's been running 10.004 across the line.
Well, that is why his photo's on the back wall.
Yeah.
Mate. Of course, taking home the championship. There's a reason why it's hanging there. Just giving the Rocket Lane start line a bit of a quick mop. What was more of a sweep, really. I was getting the action there.
Well, Adam Bowers, our reigning state champion in Super Street. As you can see tonight, ladies and gentlemen, there is a reason why that car is on point.
Ooh, a bit on the red.
Yeah, 048. Runs on through for 10.07 with a 5.
Well, 10 seconds. Got out of the hole really good. It's on a good pass. 10.53, 132 miles an hour there out of the Gulf.
Well, another great pass from that car. 8.7, 163 miles an hour.
All right, Brett Stutchbury in the dialed-in racing. Commodore is taking the front left headlight out. That turbo getting a good dose of this cool air that is out here right now. We know this car can run into the nines. And he's taking on the JDR Motorsports and DJM Fiberglass BMW.
I think there's a little bit of a pedal there for the Stutchbury machine, but wow, Mark, a 964 with a 7, 149 miles an hour.
Yep, and 11.8 for the Aeroflow lane. We're moving across to bikes.
Is that what you call a full send? That's what it seemed like.
Yes.
Oh, the bike rider, I saw the whole side of him there. How did... Wow. Just spun the wheel and wanted to throw the rider off.
Bit of speedway riding.
Yeah, he definitely did very well to hang on to that, Steve. He wasn't far off getting out in the super slippery stuff either.
Rocket Lane went out on the red side.
But a 978 at the finish line, 145 miles an hour, Mark.
And 14.9, 86 miles an hour for the Aeroflow.
Well, that was a close race across the finish line. Only 0.02 of a second there between those two riders. Rocket Lane away nicely. And with the performance at the top end, a 10.23 with a 2, 149 miles an hour.
And 11.1 for the Rocket Lane.
You're talking about induction noises on the live stream, Mark. Yeah. What about some of the induction noises we're hearing from these motorcycles? I'm pretty sure none of them have any forced induction. It's purely just revs and lots of them. 12.36 with a 0, 118 mile an hour.
And 13.1 at 104 miles an hour.
Jesse Barnes down there on the star line, about to get the green. Leaves with a 111 light. Not too far away from getting into the burnouts, but we've got the finalist for our comp night as well. Barnes way over towards the wall at the finish line and runs on through for a 10.21 with a 9 at 140 mile an hour.
So he's got that bike sorted out perfect, and he just bangs it just as the limiter comes in on it through each gear.
Yeah, no, Jesse's started his riding here at Sydney Dragway with quite a small bike, and I think got the runner-up in the championship in street bike with that machine, and then stepped onto the current one that we're seeing now. So quite a jump in performance, but definitely has taken to the new bike like duck to water, I guess, and yeah, he's getting better and better every time that he comes out. It's not unusual to see him taking home some trophies.
Okay, we've got the Commodore and the HQ coming through under the tunnel.
Alrighty, finalists for the comp night about to roll through the water box. We have Craig Warren down there in the VN Commodore. He's in the Aeroflow lane. Taking on Adam Bowers in the HQ. Bowers will be doing the chasing.
And all this leads back to what we said at the beginning. You don't have to have the quickest car onto the field to win a meeting.
Exactly right. So Craig Warren is dialed in with a 15.67. He will have a 5.67 second head start over Bowers in the rocket lane. The HQ will have to be patient on the start line. Warren with a little bit of work to do, I feel. Bowles is going to pick up a little bit of time on the start line. Warren out, way gone. This speed differentiation between the two, I don't think the queue's going to...
No.
400s across the finish line. Craig Warren goes too fast, goes a 15.61 with a 7 on a 15.67. Handing the win back to Bowers, who got there in the end. Total margin of victory was about a 1/10 of a second. Warren had a little bit of work to do on the head of the throttle, but we saw the brake lights just flicker for the smallest amount of time at the finish line. But congratulations to Adam Bowers there in the HQ. Took the win with a 10.05 with a 6 on a 10.00. Dialing, that car has been on a string all night, Mark.
Absolutely, yep. It just goes to show how close all these margins are.
Exactly right, and I think that is, you know, dial your own racing to a T right there. We saw the two cars pick their own handicap, their own ET. The race was handicapped at the start. The reaction times were similar, although the HQ did have a little bit of an advantage there. But Warren was probably closer to the dial-in. Well, actually, there would be very, very similar distances away from the dial-in, but the winner was the car that stayed on the right side of the dial-in.
Yep.
Which did exactly what it's supposed to do, is to equalise the race. So congratulations to Adam Bowers there for taking home the W tonight. And we're about to get into some burnout action. We've got 10 burnout cars, I believe.
And I'll tell you what, watching them go up the road, they were All fairly tough cars.
Yeah, that's good. We're going to try and push and get a little bit more of a good mix of cars to come along. You know, some of the cars with a little bit more horsepower as well. You know, make a little bit more of a feature out of the event rather than. I've just received word from the meeting director. Sorry about that. Can we have all of the crowd move back behind the blue seating, please? That is a safety concern that we get you to move back behind the blue line of seating.
Yeah, so have a bit of a look round. If you're in front of the blue seating, just make sure you move your way back up, because we won't be able to start any burnouts at all.
Well, Steve and Mark, I'm down here with first and second place at the DYO. We'll kick off with Craig Warren. Craig, you knew it was going to be a tough race. Adam's car's been on form all night, but you had a crack at the tree. It was tough.
Sure did. I don't know, did I break out or what was the result?
I think you broke out.
Yeah.
Yes, you did.
By how much?
You did, Craig. You went a 15.61 with a 7 on your 15.67. We saw the brake lights just flicker at the end, but it wasn't quite enough.
Yeah. Oh, well, the conditions came round, but it's been a great night. 2 Power Plus cars in the final. Congratulations, mate.
Thanks, buddy.
And ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause for our winner of tonight's Daily Rain, Adam Bowers. Mate, this thing's been on song.
Mate, it was pretty good tonight. She was no dramas. It was just cutting lights and running on dial. It was good.
So that first round of racing was tough for both of you. And then the second round was tough.
Yeah.
But, you know, you guys got through and you come through with the fruit.
No, it was good, man. It was the best night I've had a racing for a while. I like that.
Great stuff. Well, mate, I'll just get you to fill out some paperwork, and I've got to get a photo of you. And I'll get a photo of you in there as well, Craig, please.
All right, as we send our first burnout car onto the pad. Lots of RPM, as we've come to expect.
That smoke is just hanging out there at the moment.
Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. That's our first competitor to punish the pad here at Sydney Dragway. We saw the tyre starting to go. It wouldn't have been too far away. right, the tip in for our second competitor. Oh, it started to hook up as he swung it in, and that concrete wall got ever so close. That car actually looks in reasonably good condition from here too. I'm a little concerned for its condition by the time it's finished, although the driver definitely giving it a crack.
Might be a little bit grippy out there at the moment.
It certainly gives that impression. He's also carrying a lot of speed as well. Yeah, I think he did too, Adam. I have a feeling he just nudged the wall. If he didn't, there was definitely not much in it. Just looking on our camera to see if I can see any damage to the right-hand side. It doesn't appear to be. Driver definitely not scared to use all of the pad here. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, that was a huge effort.
It certainly was. Just shows sometimes when you haven't got bulk horsepower, you've got to be a little bit creative. Big tipping speeds. Big RPM. Moving around the pad effortlessly at the moment. Corner to corner, wall to wall.
He's definitely showing a lot of control over that car,
Yes,
isn't he?
Sure is.
Punishment those engines cop from this just high rev, just on and off the acceleration, just whipping that crank. Ooh. Very close.
He's lucky he spun that a little bit further around, otherwise he would have been backed into the wall there. Definitely got the left rear off. We can see it rolling through the shot there. the other one. It's interesting. Not one of them with like a big boom. They just rolled off the rim effectively. You can imagine taking the rims up to the tire place and go, can you fit? I wonder how many times he's politely said no.
Yeah.
Told no.
Yeah, you got no rim left to put them on.
Where's the same? Sorry, just go to 14s.
Yeah. I was looking the other day. The old 15-inch chasers are on eBay for $500 each.
Yeah, well, wouldn't surprise me. Big smoke on the entry for this competitor. Big tip in speed too. Really good throttle control, not hitting the limiter, but getting maximum RPM there. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen.
Here's Jason Roman in the Dreamer.
Is that a wall?
David Bakey letting it loose in the ute. Give him a round of applause, Sydney. Great amount of smoke there from David in 4 crazy. We'll have to get David towed off the pad. The kettle has boiled. Great to see a whole heap of burnout cars here tonight as part of our comp night. Well, I'll tell you what, guys. It's been a fantastic night of drag racing here this evening. The Dolly Roan class was hot. The racing was fantastic. All our motorcyclists that came out tonight, thank you guys for coming out and supporting the event, as you always do. And our off-street drag racers that came out and had a crack tonight, well done, guys. We hope to see you back next week for some more off-street drag racing here at Aeroflow Race for Real.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, Stu, the comp racing was very exciting. A lot of really close racing and a good bit of sportsmanship shown all through it with Sammy Jo's car at blowing that radiator hose right before she's supposed to go out and race a car. Everyone dived in and got it all sorted.
Yeah, Robert Spagnol from Shorty's Performance. You know, he's a great asset to the burnout community as well as the drag racing community. Next up on the pad, once 4 Crazy is towed off, we got another Commodore coming out, is Curtis Felty from Club Meng. One tyre off there from Curtis in SAS GMH. Give him a round of applause, guys. He got one tyre off in 3 minutes. Next up on the pad is Jamie McKenzie in 5VX. Yeah, 5VX doing what he does best. Jamie McKenzie, he made some noise, Sydney. All right, next up on the pad in the ute called Moppy, we got Matthew Wright. He's about to let loose on the run-out pad. A bit of a wall tap there for Moppy. He's got 7 seconds. Oh, that looks like all she's written there for Maddie right in Moppy. Give him a round of applause, Sydney. Good use of the pad. So certainly an up-and-comer to keep your eye on as we move ahead through the years with the burnouts. Oh, he's just got too hot there, Steve and Mark, and it couldn't get gears. But they will get that car fixed. I look forward to seeing that car come back out in the future. Well, the good thing is that Matty didn't break anything. And he was able just to refire it. Make some noise for Matt as he gets towed off the pad, Sydney. All right, next up on the pad is Tom Baker. That will be coming out in belted. Guys, put your hands together for Tom Baker in Belton. Great way to finish off the burnouts. 2 tyres off in under 3 minutes. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that is it for tonight's Aeroflow Race for Real comp night. What a night we've had here tonight. And as Mark and Steve said earlier, the weather's only starting to warm up, so the action's only going to get hotter. Here at Sydney Dragway, my name's Stuart White, also known as the Pocket Rocket. We'll take it upstairs to Mark and Steve to bring it home.
Thank you very much, Stuart. What a fantastic night we've had here at Sydney Dragway. And we'd like to obviously thank all of our officials that's been out in the weather, all of the people that came along, all the patrons that came along tonight to enjoy the racing in person. To all of our people that contribute to the online chats, of course. And don't forget, the next event we will have here is on Saturday, the 30th of August, which is the halfway bash for the COTS roll racing here at Sydney Dragway, with racing starting from, we don't have a top, sorry, I think 4:30 p.m. and then there is a drone show as well, I believe, at 6:30 on Saturday night. So if you like your roll racing, plenty of fast cars, get out here to Sydney Dragway on Saturday afternoon and check out the show that will unfold. And on behalf of Mark, Stewie and myself and the Sydney Dragway team, thank you for coming along. I hope you've enjoyed your night. Be safe on the roads and we'll see you all next week. Good night.